Hello, very good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tuesday is moving day as far as the Group A table is concerned, and we've got 6 players all gunning for glory, and we'll be hoping it's more competitive than the football last night. There's definitely 5 players that are very much in the mix, and this is what happened on day 1.
Louie Williams had a debut day to forget at the Super Series. 0 wins from 5. He's going to need to put a spurt on day 2. Andy Boulton had the best running average for the day, the best checkout ratio for the day, had 4-ton plus checkouts, but that was only good enough for 4 points and 5th spot. Carlo very solid on his debut day at the Super Series, picking up 3 wins from 5. He'll be very happy with his opening day's efforts, as will Darren Armstrong. He was the moniker of consistency on the opening day's play. The Scot is most definitely here to throw. As is Danny Jansen. It was a slow start out of the gate, but since then he won another 3 matches and finds himself in real contention to progress through. But it was Conor Heneghan who dominated day 1. He won each of his opening 4 matches. A win in his opener could see himself stretch 4 points clear at the top of the table.
Yeah, Conor Heneghan was the dominant force on day 1 here in Portsmouth. We'll be hoping to keep that going for the remainder of the week. And with us for the remainder of the group is the 2015 world champion, Scotty Dog Mitchell. And it has to be said, Conor Heneghan, he got out the gate flying. He won his first 4, but will he just feel opportunity missed not going through the card?
I don't think he will. I think that he targeted that last game. He wanted his business done for the day before that last game. So that if anything kind of went wrong for him, which it did, Andy turned him over, he was still there in prime position.
Not often do we talk about the 5th place player and make an argument that he was the player of the day, because if you break down his day yesterday, he had the highest running average, the best double stats, 4-ton plus checkouts, but finished in 5th spot.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those that Andy has the experience to know that, you know what, I was all right yesterday. It was just that when players played me, they stepped up. And so, you know, I don't think he'd be concerned. I think what he will take from yesterday was, if I do similar again today, are they going to be able to keep up with me? Because you know, it was a good opening day. And I don't really think he has any concerns at this particular moment.
Let's have a look then at the table following the first day's play. As I say, Conor Heneghan leads the pile, 8 points to his name. But 3 players just in behind on 6 points. Danny Jansen, Darren Armstrong and Carlo. Look, Danny Jansen, we expected good stuff from. Darren Armstrong on debut, he looked ultra solid. You look at his range, there wasn't really much between his performances.
No, there wasn't. And he was probably the most consistent front to back. At the end of the day, he was just on that par and on that level. I was impressed with him to come here and do that, because I know he can play, but when you're here for the first time and first time on the big stage and in front of the cameras, it's not always that easy. And he really did take to it like a duck to water.
And as far as Danny Jansen was concerned, it took him a game to get into proceedings, but once he settled down, we saw the type of play from a player that is top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
Yeah, I mean, he played his friend, Carlo. They've travelled together and everything, and that was the first game yesterday. So they were both debutants. Carlo had the darts as well, so I'm not sure that Danny would be too concerned that he lost that game. But then after that, he found his rhythm and his mojo, and again, super consistent. And that's been sort of the story of the group, really.
Well, let's have a look at the outrights and see what the bookies think following the first day's play. Andy Boulton winning the bookmakers' favourite, and now it's Conor Heneghan who leads the pile. 5-4 to go on and win the group. Bolton's gone out at 4-1. Still third favourite. Danny Jansen at 9-4 in there. Is Heneghan a fair price for you, or do you look at maybe a Jansen or Boulton as a player that could possibly catch him on day 2?
Well, again, I think because we're on day 2, I think Jansen and Boulton are where the value is here. Heneghan is going to do what he does. But when you finish overnight here sometimes, we've seen it before, Henry, that sometimes that adds a little pressure to that person that's top of the pile overnight. And the other guys know you're top of the pile and they play you slightly differently and step their game up. So for me, I think the value there is in second and third.
Let's have a look at the bet builder, see what you're having a punt on at home this morning. Pays just over 10-1. Louie Williams to get the better of Carlo at 2-1. Danny Jansen to get the most 180s against Darren Armstrong. Conor Heneghan to beat Carlo Van Peer at 4-7. I suppose the one that will give the most trepidation is the Louie Williams one. That we didn't see the best of him on day one, but do you think possibly it could be a case of he just settles overnight, has a night's sleep, comes back here, and if he's in a better frame of mind this morning, then we know what he's capable of.
We know what Louie's capable of, and he has to be in a better mind space than he was yesterday. Yesterday, as the games went on, it was very tough for him. He played the top two favourites of the group, really, and it really weighed him down, didn't it? It got on top of him, and then loss after loss came very difficult, and we saw him very despondent at the end of the day. He needs to come back and be fresh. It's a new day. He's under no pressure of winning the group now, really. You know, you can't do it with having 5 losses. So he's now just got to throw caution to the wind, just take his foot off the gas just a little bit about the pressure of the whole situation and go and throw with freedom. And then we'll see Louie being back to his best.
And he takes on Carlo Van Peer in the first game of the morning session. The Dutchman on debut in this competition this week, and it's a little bit of a dream come true for Carlo, who's been watching this ever since the inception. And earlier on this morning, he caught up with me to get his assessment on the first day and his thoughts and expectations for the week.
Carlo, welcome along to the Super Series. How did you find your first day on that stage?
Special, because I've been watching this since it first came around. So, and obviously watching Barry doing very well on this, I wanted to play here myself, of course. And yeah, I can't complain about the first day. So happy with that.
What was it like when you walked through the doors for the first time?
Felt really nice though. Finally being here. I did my things last year to make a little name of myself, and it's not just about Barry, and I can play well as well, right? So it felt good to be here. So,
is there a little bit of a rivalry between yourself and Barry? And almost, do you want to perform well this week, so it's not as if you're in Barry's shadow to a certain extent?
We should. I think it's not a lot like a rivalry, but because we support each other everywhere we go. If he plays, he's watching, and now it's out of reverse roles, so we can watch in stress. But now, obviously, he plays super well here. We won a week, played the Champions Week. I just make a good name for myself, play well, and get some good results. I'm happy with that. So,
in terms of yourself, how would you overall say your level of play was on day one? Because we saw some real good stuff from you at times.
Yeah, it felt consistent enough. It could be better though. Scoring wise, could be a bit of it consistency could be better, but. I think my finishing was good, and the doubles I was missing was on the wire, so can't do anything about that. Had some good finishings, good final legs. The 12 against Andy, for example, was good. Shows my form is at a good spot at the moment.
And we wish you all the very best today, Carlo.
Thank you very much.
And Carlo Van Peer kicks off the day in the way that he finished yesterday, taking on Louie Williams in the first match of the morning session. Van Peer, decent enough, solid enough opening day at the Super Series, had a daily average of 83.15. In terms of his finishing stats, they were fairly okay as well. 16 out of 50 attempts, finding the requisite doubles. He takes on Louie Williams, who we hope can show the darts that we know that he's very much capable of. Didn't quite play to the way that we kind of come to expect of him, and we've seen from him in the past at the World Championships and across the Pro Tour. For Carlo, well, former semi-finalist on the PDC Challenge Tour, said it was a dream come true almost to come and play here this week, taking on Louie Williams, the Prince of Wales, who will be hoping to put his stamp on the competition as the week moves along.
It's Carlo to throw first.
Binks is our referee in charge of all the proceedings, and it's going to be Carlo Van Peer for the first darts in anger on a Tuesday morning.
And what good ones they are. First two started lovely there.
You get the sense the first few throws and the first few legs could be fairly important for Louie. If he can just get off to a good start, it might just build a bit of momentum. And you know what it's like on that stage, Scott. Sometimes it can take just the smallest thing as much as it can take you off your stride. It could be the other way around. It could take just the smallest thing to put you back into your rhythm. Yeah,
absolutely. You can. It's a lot quicker to lose your confidence than it ever is to gain it. And gaining the confidence back is a slow sort of process. But you can get it back quickly here, and you
57.
have to because your 5 games are soon rattled off. But yeah, he's got to find a rhythm for me. I thought yesterday Louie was throwing darts as individual darts. They were
58.
I'm throwing one. Oh, here's a separate one. There was no rhythm and sort of the way that he was grouping them. It just didn't work yesterday. So
105.
I would like to see him speed up just a little bit more, so that the 3 darts go as one type of thing in one motion.
59. Carlo require 116.
Well, Carlo leaving 116 after 12. He's got 6 darts to take out this opening leg. And that is just squeezed in the treble beds. The double 18.
Game
And
shown
just
the
like
first
yesterday,
leg.
the
Carlo
first
Van
leg of the
Peer.
day has been run with a ton-topping checkout. Carlo Van Peer notching the 116 to lead
Second leg is
1-0.
Louie to throw first.
Well, Boulton yesterday kicked the day off for 104 out. Van Peer kicks off today with
59.
a 116. And already we tick off the ton plus chart, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, Conor Heneghan had a 116 yesterday.
57.
But yeah, one of the stats that we love to watch, and 5 of the 6 players yesterday did all hit a ton plus finish. The only one that didn't yesterday was Louie. So
81.
it'd be nice to see him sneak one of those here nice and early today.
Well, I was delving deep into
58.
Louis Williams' stats for the last 12 months and was looking at possibly some of the rhymes or reasons as to how his talk card came and went. And in 2023, his annual average was 10 points below the overall tour mean in 2023. So the tour mean was around about 92, whereas
134.
Louis Williams' average for 2023 was an 82. And it's kind of been a case in this group where everybody's been around the 80, mid-80s
40.
range. Louis been a bit below that, and as a consequence of that, has found himself wanting in this group, still yet to pick up his first win.
Yeah, the longer
82.
that goes on, the harder it gets. And the one thing that Louis does have is loads of people like him. He is a likable lad, and he's one of
96.
those that
Carlo require 107.
sometimes you're a player and you know everybody wants it for you so badly. Sometimes you can stop yourself, and I feel he's in that situation at this
134.
particular
Louis
moment in
require
time where
167.
nobody wants to see him playing badly. He's not a horrible lad. And then sometimes he feels that he's letting other people down. And so,
44. Carlo
yeah, we had a little
require
chat about it last
36.
night after the matches, and hopefully we can get his head in the right space today and get some wins under his belt.
27. Louis require 123.
And this should be some way to really ignite the switch. Treble 18 for the Bull. And so Van Peer back for the break.
51. Carlo require 9.
Just raised his hand in apology to Carlo for dropping a flight. Van Peer looking to take flight and accrue the break.
Game
The
shot in the
double four
second
is
leg.
found. Van Peer
Carlo
breaks,
Van
leads
Peer.
2-0.
And as important it is for
Delegates,
Louis to
Carlo to
start
throw
today
first.
well, it
Game
also is for Carlo because, you know, he's not a million miles away in that group. He knows that
79.
a good start to the day sets you up in momentum, doesn't it?
Build a head of steam.
96.
And unfortunately, because of Louis' misdemeanors of yesterday, he is seeing this is probably an easier game in the group compared to the other guys that are in it. So
58.
it's one that he feels that it's a must-win for Carlo because it's time to take chase sort of thing.
To a certain extent, does it feel like the only player
58.
that Louis isn't playing for is himself? You understand where I'm coming from? Because he's seen.
Yes, I
such a
do
mind
understand where you're
space.
coming from. Yeah, for me, I would be coming here
100.
now. If you've held a tour card and everything, you've got something about you. So that means you've got to have bounce back ability, and he has that.
55.
But today I would go and do you know what? I know you're all going to see me as the easy target. I'm going to show you that I'm not, and that has to be the attitude for Louis today. Otherwise, he'll get
94.
gobbled up.
Channeled anger, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't think it's just so much anger. I think it's just a case of proving it to yourself more than anything. It's a case of going, do you know what? I've done all the trying hard business. Time to relax, throw with a bit of freedom, enjoy while we're here. There's no, there's no point in not enjoying
40.
it.
Louis require 152.
And that way your game will just naturally come out.
Second dart doesn't go. There was a little bit of a pause there between dart 1 and dart 2,
96.
but
Carlo
sets
require
itself up nicely enough to
130.
try and get the break back if this 130 from Carlo Van Peer doesn't go. Jebel for ball. The bullseye would have hurt Louis
105.
Williams, that's for
Louis
sure. But he's going to get a
56.
couple of darts here, providing he stays straight. Double 4
48.
was a great opportunity to get
Carlo
himself back in the
require
match, but
25.
by stark contrast, Van Peer can now begin to sail into the sunset if he can pin double 8. Now 2 4s,
Game shot.
and it is 3-0 to Carlo Van Peer, and he looks very comfortable indeed.
Absolutely, Louis Williams had a chance to get back into the match there, and because now it's his throw, it's just a little unfortunate. Weren't badly thrown darts, just didn't go where he wanted them to go. And
60.
Carlo Van Peer did really skate and dice with death there on the 9 because he nearly hit the treble 9 and burst his score. So touch of fortune for Carlo there,
100.
a touch of misfortune for Louis Williams.
Small margins, but a big hill for Louis Williams to climb.
59.
Reminder that coming up after this game, we will be watching the league leader, Conor Heneghan, in action up against Andy Boulton,
60.
who, statistically speaking, was the best player with day 1. Had the best average, the best checkout ratio.
100.
But people raise their game against the X Factor. We'll talk more about that in due course as Williams has another loose flight. Was that down to possibly not properly in the stem, or?
Possibly that he's gone end on end on the stem, or he's caught the stem with the point, and it just splays the stem a little bit, and then sometimes it won't quite hold the flight correctly.
100.
Van Peer closing in, and that was a bit of a stray, you could see by the release.
45.
And that has just opened up the door a little bit here for Louis. Van Peer, yes, on a finish, but you'd expect Williams to leave something quite tangible from this point onwards.
$81. Carlo require 156.
He's not going to bookend the match with ton-topping outs. And so Williams, 101. It will be his first ton plus out of the
44.
week and his first
Louis
leg of the day.
101.
Two 14s
Game
for the
shot,
101.
flag.
And that
Louis
might
Williams.
just be the flick switch for Louis Williams.
Free flag gets Carlo.
Now, what he
throw
has
first.
to do now is not go back and think about the 2 darts at double 4 he missed the leg before, because otherwise that drags you back into the doldrums. You've got to continue to be positive and
100.
go, 101, first ton plus out, very nice too. Probably running his highest average he's run of the 5 games,
42.
or this is his 6th game now that he's been here.
He only won 3 legs yesterday, did Louis.
140. $100.
But there's slow signs that things are becoming a bit more positive for him. And you do get the sense that today is going to
57.
be a case of moving from the ground up. And I think what we're going to see from Louis this week is a process. I think we might see him get better today, hopefully get better tomorrow. And if he
95.
does that, then maybe Thursday and Friday could be a little bit exciting for him. But things are getting a bit exciting for Carlo because he's potentially 6 starts away from
58.
winning this match 4-1. He's left himself on a finish. Ton 40 though here for Williams would put him in a decent spot, but he does not like the lie of that first dart. Sat below the treble bed. And because of the number he was on, he couldn't really move across.
94.
18s was
Carlo,
his
you
only
require
option. Finds it to leave the
146.
fish. May not get a go. Will get a go.
$94. Louie require 170.
The biggest fish of them all. And he has to pin this to save the match. And so Van Peer comes back for 52 to seal
58.
a 4-1
Carlo, you require
success.
52. $20. Louie require 112.
So we get 2 stabs at the treble 20 here. On the 18's route. Blocked with that first dart.
52. Carlo, you require 32.
And so this for the match. Double 16.
Game,
Seals
shot,
victory
and the
for
match.
Carlo Van Peer.
Carlo Van
And that
Peer.
moves him now temporarily to the top of the table. The legs difference just slightly better with Conor Heneghan, who's still to play. But for Louie Williams, he can take stock in retrospect and say, well, that was better than what was being attained yesterday, and maybe that could just give him some room for manoeuvre as the day goes along. Both players with a ton plus out in that one, but it's Van Peer who takes the points. Next up, Conor Heneghan and Andy Boulton are on the stage. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, we saw Carlo Van Peer get the better of Louie Williams by 4 legs to 1. Both players of a ton plus checkout in that one, but it was Van Peer who took the points. Now, next up, the man who started the day at the top of the pile, Conor Heneghan, won his first 4, but lost out in the last game of the session yesterday to Andy Boulton. Now, he only picked up 2 victories on day 1, but that probably wasn't what his performance should have yielded, because if you break down the stats for day 1, he had the highest overall average of 90.5, and in terms of his checkout stats, was as good as anybody. 14 out of 37 when it came to the doubling. For Heneghan yesterday, an overall daily average of 89.23 was coupled up with 18 out of 62 in terms of the checkouts. And so we expect a real good, decent battle here between Heneghan and Boulton.
Yeah, and I think we mentioned it yesterday. I think Andy knew how big this game was last night. He's his rival here for the group. They were both group top of the, tipped to be the top
First
group favourites
Conor to throw first.
yesterday. And
Game
for
on.
Andy to get that last game yesterday, he knows he can start to reel Conor back in after giving him a head start. But today, the difference he has is he's against the darts today, so he's got to break him at some point. And when Conor starts hitting that treble 20 with proficiency that he does, that could make it very difficult.
85.
Bumped into Andy on the way in this morning. And he looked very, very relaxed. And Andy's one of those players
70.
that has a real swagger about him when he's feeling good about the game. And he was exuding that a fair bit. He wasn't doing a juicy wiggle down the middle of the
81.
high street, I promise you that. But he was certainly in the mood.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no two ways about it. He played lovely yesterday and
121.
was just a little unfortunate on a couple of occasions where he had the odd dart here that would have changed the game.
60.
But he still warming up by the looks of it. Still warming up. Likes a little warm up and a shoulder shake.
96.
He did admit to me yesterday that that something just didn't quite feel 100% right, but then he still
105.
played to a
Conor
fair
requires
standard as
79.
Heneghan looks for 79 to take out this opening leg. 2-11s.
Game shot
1-0 Heneghan, 14 darts
Conor
to start.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Conor will
Game
sense the
on.
significance of this game because if he can get the better of Andy here, he just puts him in his back pocket a little bit more. He's got that bit of breathing space, and you've got the sense that on 4 points, Andy's still got a
100.
fair role to play in the group because he is the type of player that can complete the card on any given day.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course,
140.
if you can get 2-1 up on your opponents over the 3 days, that should be enough to put you through. Not always with the whys and wherefores, but
59.
10 wins is not usually far away from getting you through because everybody else is beating one another as well.
100.
Feels on paper like a low-scoring group. However, with Louie having his struggles, it could be maybe just a little bit more than what we usually see for a group of this type being the winning score. Maybe 22 could be enough.
100.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, very good point.
Anybody gets to 24 points and they are definitely being, I think.
100.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Heneghan ticking along lovely, averaging just under 110 in these early stages. Has left himself a finish after 9. He had a 14 darter in the first leg.
100. Conor require 161.
Boulton still trying to limber up. Goes treble 19, treble 18 for the balls under 161.
129.
And has set himself up for
142.
back-to-back 5-visit legs if this 142 doesn't go. Hit 4-ton plus checkouts yesterday, Andy Boulton.
90. Conor
He's
require
piled the pressure on
32.
this double 16.
Game
And it's
shot on the
back-to-back
second leg.
14 darters for
Conor
Conor
Heneghan.
Heneghan to lead 2-0. And when the first dart is sat pitched like that, you expect the
Third leg, it's
second just
Conor
to
to
clip
throw
off the
first.
barrel
Game
and
on.
into the bed.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he needs to do here.
58.
Heneghan. Pair of 14s to open.
60. 134.
You all set yourself a standard of where you want to be playing. So you set yourself a target, oh, I'd like 100 average. I'd like 100 average, but I'm quite happy if I'm in the 90s.
99.
So if I've got 90s, I'm doing all right. Then you drop into the 80s, and 9 times out of 10, you know why that the average has dropped, because it's a few darts at a double, this, that, and the other.
133.
Then you drop down to the 70s, and you just want to run through the nearest brick wall head first. That's how a player thinks. And at the moment, Conor Heneghan is doing everything that he
100.
needs to do. He sat there on that cusp of 100. He's 2-0 up, asserting pressure on his opponent.
42.
Right on cue, he hits his lowest score of the match.
Well, yesterday he kicked off a 101.09 against Darren Armstrong, so we're learning very quickly
100.
this week that Conor
Conor
Heneghan is getting out the gate
134.
quite well. He's had 2 14s, and if he found a 134, he would have had another 5-visit leg. And so Boulton does have an opportunity on this
56.
142
And he
to get a
requires
break back, with
142.
Heneghan sat on a pop finish. It's not going to go, and so Heneghan's racing to a 3-0 lead, and this could be significant as well in terms of the
90.
legs difference.
Conor requires
Heneghan
78.
began the day on +4 in that particular bracket. Double 12 puts him
Game
3
shot on
up.
the third leg.
It might not just be
Conor
the points
Heneghan.
that could be significant, it could be the legs difference in this group as well. Conor Heneghan could be doing 2 jobs for the price of
Well,
1
it's
here.
Andy to throw first.
Yeah, well
Game
spotted, Henry. I couldn't agree more. Excellent stuff from Conor Heneghan early doors here.
59.
The X Factor would have hoped that he could have turned him round again, but the way that Conor Heneghan has played, 14,
60.
14, 17. Well, that's telly darts, isn't it?
At what point, though, do we begin to consider Andy Boulton could be dropping into Group C if
140.
the results don't yield and change?
I think you saw the look on Andy's face there with that 140. It was startlement and surprise.
140.
Look, I don't think that. I think Andy's going to continue to play well and get himself into Group B.
54.
But his opponents are playing good as well. So it is a very, very trite group. I had a lovely message from Danny Jansen's
80.
father yesterday saying, wow, what a group this is. How tight is it? And he's hoping Danny makes finals night because he'll be here on Saturday.
100.
So we'll have 2 mullets in the room maybe on Saturday night if things go well.
Heneghan looking to make it through to Saturday night again. He's played here 6 times previously. He's qualified for the finals on each of
100,
those
and he reckons
6 occasions.
148.
He's lost 2 finals. Boulton has missed a Saturday night. He's been Mr. Tum Topper this week, but he's not going to take out the 148.
100.
And so Heneghan to complete a
And he
4-0
require
victory and a real good
121.
performance, averaging just under a ton here. 17 gives himself a dart at the ball for the match.
96.
Doesn't go, and so Boulton will get an
And he
opportunity to
required
pull one
48.
back.
Let's not forget, this is just a holder throw, so he would have to do something special
16.
on the next throw, but he has
Conor required 25.
slightly fluffed his lines there. 2 beautifully thrown darts. Just didn't go his way, and
9.
Heneghan does exactly the
And he
same.
required
Bit
32.
of edge, bit of tension here.
His doubling stats were pretty much
Game shot on the
perfect
fourth leg.
up until that
Andy
point. Andy
Boulton.
Boulton finds the double 16. He has a little bit of a look round just to double check whereabouts in the vicinity it was,
Fifth
and
leg,
brings
it's
it back
Conor
to
throw
3-1.
first.
But Heneghan here has the darts to see the job through.
98.
I get the sense that Conor Heneghan's getting fed up of just being known
60.
for 9 darters. I feel like he feels it's time for him to take that next step. That it's all right being known for accolades like that, but when all's said and done, you want to be known as somebody who picks trophies up.
45.
It's all right if the 9 darters were worth 52 grand like they were back in the day, I suppose, and you're picking up a bit of spondoolies for it. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I'd love to be known for hitting a 9-darter. I really would. It's one of those that has eluded me. So
Well, it's better than being known as a morbid walker, isn't it?
absolutely, and a one-time world champ. Who wants to be just a one-time? I remember Tony O'Shea doing a lovely interview saying, "Well,
59.
if you won it once, it's luck, isn't it? Really? If you win it twice, I mean that's class." So I'm still waiting to be class at the minute. I'm just lucky. A lucky morbid
96.
walker.
Who lives on a farm?
Who lives on a farm. I suppose I could maybe walk a bit quicker and stand at the table drinking me water longer. Who knows? That doesn't seem to upset anybody.
100.
Heneghan 6 darts on 162 to see the match out. And he is going about it in perfect style.
124.
That wasn't in the plan, but he's left himself on a double at least.
$150.
Great setup
Conor
from
requires
Boulton,
38.
just in case.
Double 19 for the match. Goes straight for it. And
Game
finds it.
shot and the
And
match.
Conor Heneghan
Conor
finds
Heneghan.
himself back to the top of the pile. He opens up a 2-point lead on Carlo Van Peer. But perhaps just as crucially, is now 6 clear of Andy Boulton. A real good performance that from Heneghan. Kicked off a couple of 14 dart legs. Average in the end went down to 93.34. 4 from 9 when it came to the finishing. And most of those mismatched darts were for the match. For Boulton, 86.8. 1 from 3 when it came to the finishing. If he plays that level against the rest of the opposition, he will have his chances. But Heneghan was just a step above there. Coming up after the break, this should be a good battle as Danny Jansen and Darren Armstrong go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That's Darren Armstrong, and he is about to take on that man there, the mullet, Danny Jansen, who had a very good first day, picking up 6 points, 3 wins, from his 5 matches. And before the break, we saw Conor Heneghan stretch away his lead at the top of the group. A 4-1 victory against Andy Boulton, average of 93.34, 4 from 9 when it came to the finishing. And that moves him on to 10 points. It means the loser of this game will be 4 behind the pace setter at the top of the group. And so already straight off the bat, this is a big game for the pair.
It sure is. And I think it's a tasty game in line with, on the back of how the guys were playing yesterday. This is a real mouth-watering tie early doors. Quite important to both as well.
First leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game
Jansen
on.
goes off the 2-5 favourite. Armstrong the outsider at 7-4 to win this game.
45.
Danny's one of those players that once he gets that first dart correct, I know we say it about a lot of players,
96.
but because of the way that he throws, it's a powerful, dead straight, absolutely, it flatlines, doesn't it, to the board.
95.
When we can see here out of our commentary window that there's no parabolic arc with him. There's no floating with anything that he does. It's a 26-gram dart.
60.
And he throws it like it's a brick. It's going flat. And when he gets that right, he just absolutely pummels that treble 20.
85.
You can see with Darren Armstrong's throw, his is more of a
45.
loopy throw. It sort of comes out the inside of the hand as it leaves his hand, and the way that it loops from a side angle, I can only
125.
imagine that his hand would get in front of the dart. On the release, his hand would be in front of the dart because he releases it that early.
100. And he reckon 100.
And that's why it loops into the board. It's fascinating. As we said yesterday, it's dart throws. With the amount
82.
of players that actually throw darts, doesn't matter whether you're local league or whatever, there are very few players that throw the same. It can look similar, but they'll be holding the dart in a
60.
different way or a different
And he reckon
place.
69.
And then somebody else that holds the dart in a different place or the same way releases it slightly different. You got to love it. Got to love this game.
Game shot in the first
Danny
leg.
Jansen will love
Danny
that.
Jansen.
Double 14, double 13. The conventional way to finish off a 69. 1-0.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I want to talk about that throw of Darren. So with the loop,
96.
does it mean that accuracy is absolutely everything because just one little step off, the dart could fly into the segment next door?
It is, but the accuracy comes with the power that you throw it.
100.
So it's the forward projection that you give it. Has to be the same every time. So that's how you hit 180s. You've got to hold it in the same place.
60.
Project it forward with the same power. And you have to hold it in the same place, which is why the dart player's grip is so important.
131.
And you'll hear of players going, oh, I've lost my grip, I've lost this, I've lost that, I need the grip. And it's because they don't get the forward propulsion the way that they want it to go.
100.
But however you propel the dart, it has to be natural because you have to do it the same every time. You can't throw it hard 1 minute
60.
and then soft the next throw and then hard. And this is what happens with dart players. When you see them get a couple of legs up sometimes, they can try to protect their score. And when you go to protect your
85.
score, you tend to throw a little bit lighter so the propulsion is not the same. And then all of a sudden, the wheels fall off and go, well, I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
43.
And 9 times out of the 10, it's
Aaron
the
Ibrahim,
positivity. You're not
160.
throwing it as hard. And so then your brain isn't trained to where the dart's going to go.
Armstrong doesn't take out the 160.
60.
Jansen's going to get a
Danny
go at the
Require,
167 to break the throw and to
167.
lead this game by 2 legs to 0. Not going to take that out. Can Armstrong find his first ton top of the day? Find his first leg of the
97.
day.
Darren Require 100.
Be a lovely way to do it. Treble 20. Is he going to go tops with that? He had to really.
60. Danny Require
Such a touch
70.
under.
So now Jansen wants tops,
50.
but cannot find it. So Armstrong
Darren
will
Require
return for that
40.
particular target to level this game up. Two tens. Opportunity
30.
missed. And a huge opportunity
Danny
coming for
requires
Jansen. He
20.
can take real control of the game here. It's cruise
He's on the
control to the
second
mullet,
leg.
2-0.
Danny
He
Jansen.
gets the break.
Yeah, these are hard times when you're a player, when you've had darts at a double
Danny to throw first.
and the game has gone. It's the leg has gone. That was a big turning point in the game there. Now that
96.
Darren has to find something as a breaker throw where, you know, he got there first and it was easy to get himself the shot to
58.
win the leg, and that plays on your mind for a couple of throws if you're not careful.
59.
Darren, who's from Newcastleton on the Scottish borders, is a village with a population of around about 850
180.
as he hits the day's first maximum.
84.
74 miles south of Edinburgh, 24 miles north of Carlisle. And he's going back to back.
180.
He's bordering on the breakback.
I think he's got fed up with his little performance there on the doubles, and I think we're showing there's a bit of anger in
78.
these
Darren requires
these throws
83.
here, and he's going, well, I got myself in it, I'm going to get myself out of it. No need to go for 16. It's double 18.
47.
The other route was obviously 16 for Bull, but with Jansen back on 184, absolutely no point in good management. Jansen will now try and chase
39.
around the board.
Darren requires 36.
Went for 25 with the last dart. They had the 120, leave an easier shot.
Game
But
shot on the
he's not
third
going
leg.
to rue
Darren
that bounce
Armstrong.
out now because Armstrong takes 36 in 2.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw
And so
first.
gets the break back,
Game on.
brings it back to 2-1. Outside of playing, he does organise a local competition, does Darren, in his local area, as he
180.
pars in his third max in very quick time. And that local competition, he was saying to me
100.
yesterday, because of the Luke Littler effect, he's pretty much sold out his first his competition within hours. Now, usually it takes about a week for his annual competition
100.
to sell out. He said 96 spots in a village of 850 where the competition was being held was sold out in the best part of 3 hours. And even the 16-player
134.
reserve list was pretty much booked out to the day that he put out the booking details to play in that particular competition.
60.
Wow, I think we are seeing a little bit of the Littler effect everywhere in every part of the country, I think, and
125.
every part of the UK. It's
161.
you know, we haven't had lots of youth stuff down in Dorset for a few years now.
90. And
and
he requires
there are
142.
rumours that there's going to be a youth academy popping up, and it's good for the game. Just introducing more people to the game. It's good for the
84.
game,
Darren requires
and
71.
it's great for mental health of people.
This would be great for Darren if he
Game
pins
shot
the
on the
tops,
full
and back
there.
we are to
Darren
2-2.
Armstrong.
And having gone 2-0 down, Armstrong doing off 2 good legs there to bring us back
leggers.
to 2 apiece. Best of 3 to take this game out. It's going to be Jansen to throw first in the 5th.
Fifth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's had 3 180s in the game here. And yesterday I only recorded that he had 1 all day.
55.
It wasn't a day blighted with 180s.
60.
And indeed, you are correct. Just the 1 maximum all day for Darren. But to be fair, most of his
99.
power scoring was done in the 2 treble range. And you can kind of see that by the numbers for yesterday. 87.79, 17 out of 52 in terms of the checkouts. So
57.
the scoring was at a steady enough standard, but he did his damage when it came to the finishing. That when he got an opportunity, by and large, if you give him free in hand, you're not coming back.
47.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think that's a perfect analysis of what we saw from him yesterday.
100.
What impresses me is he just gets on up there. He doesn't see this situation, doesn't seem to ever get to him. He's not going, oh, look at me, I'm down in the live lounge at Portsmouth. I've watched this on the TV all these times, taking in all the surroundings. He's just wandering on in here like he's playing in his local annual comp, isn't he?
If he's playing in his local annual comp, the rest of the opposition are probably running a bit scared right now. 144 for the breaker throw and a 3-2 lead. Remember, he was 2-0 down in this game. He may well get 6 from this point. He's hoping he's going to get another 5 darts as of now.
54. Danny back 155.
But we know this is very much in Jansen territory. The 2-ton toppers are 103 and 105 for him yesterday.
72. Darren Iraq 190.
But from 2-0 down, Armstrong should at least get a dart at the bullseye to take the lead. That's an added bonus. 2 at double 15. Well, it's only going to be 1 because he's gone inside with the second dart.
82.
I think Jansen's going to rue that chance there. I would have stayed on the 20s and left 30 and pressured the shot. And if he'd have hit a single 20, he'd have been much better off than having a dart at the ball.
58. Darren Iraq 8.
And so Armstrong gets another bite of the cherry. Double 2. Oh, that's grazed the wire. You can see how much it bent it. But chances and chances and chances have been squandered.
Yeah, on occasions you can be nearly too close. Just hits the double 1 there.
19.
Yeah, I think his double 2 there, Armstrong, last visit with his second dart was so close that it makes it very difficult to adjust. But
Darren Armstrong
adjusts nicely there to the double 1. From trailing 2-0, Armstrong is now in a commanding position to take his first game of the day.
But what could be a case apparent now, because we're on to day 2 and we can look at trends and we can look at... I think he's broken his point. And I think Danny's just going to just double check that Darren is okay. He's just going to go and run some repairs. Looks like he's got something in the background.
60.
He'll probably carry a whole spare dart. He would just take the flight and stem off, put it into one other dart, and off he'll go. Or is he changing all 3? Looks like he's changing all 3, so that would suggest that his spare set are slightly different to his first set. So that'll be interesting to see when he comes back to the board.
Well, some say, don't they, that if something like that happens, they'd rather just change the whole setup so everything feels new instead of 1 new and 2 used.
And that's exactly what happened. What Darren Armstrong was throwing was it looked like it was an MVG dart.
57.
And now what he's throwing is something that looks more like a Mark Webster back in the day.
96.
Doesn't seem to have affected much though, does it?
Doesn't look like anything's changed, and you could forgive him for giving him a couple of visits to get up to speed.
And again, for those of you, yeah, it looks maybe Ando like that one. The Scottish resemblance,
80.
maybe. That may be his hero.
Slightly longer point than the last as well.
121.
Slightly longer point, and then the stem and the flights just look a little bit smaller on that barrel as well.
57.
Well, he's lost his dart, and now he's lost his sponsors patch. Is there anything else that Darren's going to lose in this game?
Shaking his head in the background. He's had a machinery failure. And now a sponsorship failure. Could anything more go wrong in this game? It's one thing I can't stand, my sponsor patches falling off. Oh, it gets on my nerves when they start flapping.
160.
For the match, another one of them. Lee's tops.
140.
I was just about to say, could you have it in either? He's had about 3 or 4 throws with that new dart. The change of darts, and nearly takes a 160 to boot.
Double 16 for Jansen
Game's
to
on
make
the
it
sick bay.
3-3.
Danny
And you've got to
Jansen.
give credit where credit's due here to Danny. He's A, held himself very well amidst what happened, and B, just kind of got on with the job, because when something like that happens, it
Seventh and final leg, it's
inadvertently
Danny
can
to
be
throw
so
first.
easy just to get drawn
Game
into
on.
what's happening around you. But Danny's just stuck with his task, and he's sent us all the way.
I have to be honest, I had a point snap on my dart
95.
way before I was with a manufacturer. So this was an old dart that a fella gave me in the pub, and it broke in a singles final in a local league.
60.
And I don't know why I did it. I use a dart very similar to what I use now, a long, thin dart. So I just put that dart down and used 2 of
99.
mine and 1 of somebody else's. And it wasn't even the similar sort of dart. It was like a John Doe bulbous dart. I don't know why I did it. Ended up losing 3-2 from 2-0 up. My head absolutely fried, and away I went. So fair play to Darren Armstrong here. He hasn't really let it fluster him too much.
82.
And that's good mental strength from where I'm coming from, having had it happen to me. What it would have felt like if it happened here,
58.
in the under the lights and on the TV of the live lounge, I don't know.
But what Jansen is doing is closing in.
44.
Eking closer, but is that an untimely slip? Because a couple of trebles for Darren here would have changed the complexion of the leg somewhat.
100.
And so Jansen does have 6 to take the match out. Darren Armstrong with an unplanned, unexecuted pit stop. Sounds a little bit like the
57.
Ferrari strategy at the weekend. Now he knows how Charles Leclerc feels.
80. Danny require 124.
For the match, 124. He's going to get a dart for the bull for the match.
75. Darren require 103.
103. Tops it is.
63.
And that was almost a match-winning
Danny
double, and he
require
holds his
49.
head because he knows Jansen's coming back for 49.
Armstrong's missed 2 match darts. Tops on the back of the 160 and the 103. Danny Jansen now has a dart at double 10 to win it himself.
39.
It doesn't go. The frustration is
require
palpable.
40.
And so Armstrong steps back. He's had a game where anything and everything has happened to him.
30.
And he may not get the points to show for it.
Danny require 10.
So Jansen takes his time. That's a good look.
Game
Double
shot
5
on the
goes
match.
for Jansen. In
Danny Jansen.
what was a topsy-turvy game there between the mullet and Darren Armstrong. It's the mullet that comes out top. He takes it 4-3. The averages, nothing too much to shout about, but it was such an even game. It was all about getting the points on the table. We will join you shortly after the break when we come back with Andy Boulton and Carlo Vampire.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. Already played one round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning. Carlo Van Peer got the better of Louie Williams by 4 legs to 1. Conor Heneghan beating Andy Boulton by the same scoreline. And before the break, Jansen beat Darren Armstrong in the last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. It means Conor Heneghan leads the table on 10 points. And for Carlo Van Peer, if he wins this one, he will temporarily go to the top of the pile if he can win by a particular margin. That's your referee, Owen Binks. Looking very assertive, as per usual. As for Andy Boulton, he's played some good stuff this week, but he hasn't quite got any results for those particular efforts. He will feel like if he can keep playing to this level and keep playing to this standard, that at some point something will change in his favour, you'd sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And he had a bit of a strange Champions Week, didn't he, as well? And I'm hoping that that's kind of, we're not going to have an overspill of that for him. He will
100.
He will be looking to get points on the board again nice and early here, because otherwise you can have the situation where you start to run out of games by the end of Tuesday into knowing where you're going to be in the table.
Oh, that's just loitered in.
97.
Yeah, soon moved off to another target, didn't he? Which is quite the right way to do it. Nice pace to this game.
140.
A good start for Carlo, leaving a finish after 9 against the darts. Boulton himself
164.
letting us know that he's hit a 140. And Pierre would take out the 164, and so the X Factor's got
and he required
his
90.
moment to shine. The 90 to take out the opening leg. Single leaves the ball, the treble leaves double 5. The bullseye it is.
65.
Bullseye that was almost hit.
Carlo
And so Van Peer comes back for 106. 18 or triple 20 with the 2 options there.
82. And he
Set
required
himself
25.
up for double 12 if he returns. Because Bolton's got 2 in his hand at double 8. Can he just get it across?
Game shot on the first.
Yes is the answer. 1-0
Andy
Boulton.
Boulton. Second against Carlo to throw first.
Feeling important
Game.
hold a throw there.
$140. $100. $97.
Carlo very steady on the score, and once he finds it, he's right in the groove. I was impressed with his play yesterday.
48.
I suppose as a player, he'll be looking at this one going, well, you know, Andy's below me. I've got to go and play my game and
40.
try and guarantee points again for myself.
He's going about his business in this game tidily enough. Really, what let him down in the last leg was he got himself down to a finish quickly enough, but once he got down to that range, the wheels kind of fell off a little bit.
Short irons into the green, wasn't it? He drove off lovely with his first 3 scores, and heading into the green, he kind of, I wouldn't say fluffed his lines, it just didn't go for him.
Require 84.
He hasn't let that affect him until now. Boulton on a very hittable 1-1-3.
60. And he required 130.
Nicely tidied from Van Peer there.
$81.
13 doesn't go, so Van Peer will come back for the double 12 for 1-1 to level up. 2 6s. Don't go, and so Boulton gets a bona fide break chance.
Game's on the second leg. Andy Boulton.
Arguably, you could say that Vampire could be 2-0 up here. And
Third leg, it's
those are
Andy
the
to
things
throw
that
first.
absolutely
Game.
grind your mind. And I think that wry smile from Carlo, I think he's feeling exactly the same as I am
59.
about this game. And he's done enough to have been 2-0 up here. Hasn't quite taken the chances. Now all of a sudden finds himself 2-0 down. But I think in this situation to play, you have to say, you know what? I'm not doing a lot wrong. I've just got to put those few problems I've got on the outer ring right, and I've got this game.
58.
I've just got to keep doing what I'm doing. But that's easier said than done when your mind is saying, no, 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 you've had your chances.
180.
This part of the game hasn't been a problem at all. First maximum, but he's had 4 visits of tomfoolery in this game. And
60.
again, leaves himself in a good stead and in a real good position to get the break. Boulton having a bit of an off leg here. And for as quickly as
43.
Boulton's marched into a lead, if Vampire can break here, he's got the darts in the next, and we could be at 2-2 in a blink of an eye.
$100.
6 and 138 to get the break back. Again, leaving a finish after 9. Not going to take it out, but we'll hope to set up better than he has done in previous
58.
legs. It's okay, but it's still gettable if Boulton can hit a max. 140 would still make the leg interesting.
60.
The Vampire will now feel he's got time on his hands.
Carlo, you require 80.
I think breathing space, we call it, Henry, and that's why he's gone that way with the 16s.
Game shot in the third leg. Carlo Vampire.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Vampire
We'll
pulls
get
one
Carlo
back,
to throw first.
and in an
Game on.
instant, that man is in a spot of bother.
99.
He'd been a lot more bother if Carlo Vampire had converted the first 2 legs. Now here we go. We can see the determination on
140.
Andy's face. A switch has been flicked.
Bolton's 2-1 up, but there wouldn't be much of grievances
100.
if he was 3-0 down in this game.
$140.
We saw this from Boulton yesterday. That over 2-3 leg bursts, he was almost unplayable, but he just couldn't put it together over a match-long distance.
No, again, another tidy assumption of what we saw yesterday. I agree with that.
And Vampire
92,
squares up
Randy
for the
Require
140.
121.
Bolton 1-2-1 for 3-1. Will try his best to set up and
Carlo, you require
will
48.
leave himself on double 16 if he comes back. This to level up from 2-0 down. 2 8s.
No score.
Burst to score. Bolton's back for the break.
And he
Well,
requires
he's back in that
32.
double 11 that won in the previous leg.
Game shot on the fourth
And level we
leg.
are at...
Andy
Sorry,
Boulton.
3-1 it is to Andy Bolton. Vampire was looking to level up. Bolton moves 2 clear and now throws for the match.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Yeah, now and again you always have one of these where you feel you should have it here, and when you're playing 5 games on the trot in
96.
one day, you have to recover quickly. But Vampire scoring is impressive indeed.
100.
He's just got to get the right putter out to finish the job off.
To be fair, you've I
60.
heard you had a hole in one the other day. Apparently went over the windmill and the lighthouse and then into the hole, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
58.
And then I morbidly walked up, picked the ball up and left On to the next. 19th hole was my favourite.
100.
Won't want to be the group behind you.
Oh, it was a hell of a group too. Right old congestion charge.
60.
Why have you used up all your annual
60.
leave? Well, we thought we'd go for a day of golf, but we were in the group behind Scott Mitchell.
Honestly, don't start. Or I've taken my sips of water
57.
and you'll have to do all the commentary. I'll be slow as I refresh myself.
You take all the time you need as Boulton takes all the time that he needs to get the job
140.
done.
Yeah, he has. He's ridden his luck at times, but he hasn't ridden his luck in this one. Commanding
100,
lead.
and he required 45.
Asserted himself finally on this one.
And so double 16 for the match and a 4-1 victory.
Game
2 eights
shot
is
and
found
the
and Andy Boulton gets the win. It's a
Boulton.
shake of the head as he crosses the finishing line. Carlo Van Peer had opportunities at the beginning of the match, but Boulton took advantage of the misses from Van Peer and then cruised towards the finishing line. A 4-1 victory, an average of 85.65, 4 from 9 on the doubles, but he feels there is still room for manoeuvre, does the X Factor. Coming up after the break, Darren Armstrong going to get back on the winning trail, takes on Louie Williams, looking for his first win of the week. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Andy Boulton got the better of Carlo Van Peer by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, Louie Williams and Darren Armstrong going toe-to-toe on the hockey. It's been a good week so far for Darren, although he didn't get off to the ideal start against Danny Jansen in his first game. He had a point snap, he had a sponsors patch fall off, and then the wheels fall off as he lost 4-3 in that one too. The Dutchman, he takes on Louie Williams, who's looking to get that first win of the week, that elusive first win of the week. But there was positive signs in that first game that he was at least moving in the right direction on Tuesday. First day was a tough one for Louie. Felt a little bit disheartened and despondent following it, but you've got to give credit where credit's due, that he looks like he's coming today with a fresh mindset and a better frame of mind, and we saw some better stuff.
Game on!
He'll be the first to know that he's got to bring it up another level, but with Louie, it feels like a case of it's going to be a process.
Yeah, totally agree. It will be a process, and it's all about grabbing that little bit of confidence. And that last dart there missed by a mile because he just went with the dart.
177.
He lifted his back foot off the floor, and as you topple yourself forward, obviously that makes the dart go down.
58.
Well under the treble 20.
In terms of power scoring so far today, nobody's really done it better than Darren Armstrong. He's had 3 180s in his first game. Kicked off there with a 177.
$97.
And this is kind of the byproduct of the ADC system, because Darren's a player by his own admission that doesn't really travel the tour, doesn't do much
58.
WDF, does the ADC vaults, has kind of got him back into a frame of mind for this, and because of that we get to see a player like Darren, which we probably wouldn't have seen otherwise.
Yeah, very much so. And
22.
all 3 ADC competitors this week, there they are. They're sat second, third and fourth in our Group A table.
87.
And I know that there are players out there watching right now going, I would love to get onto this. So get to your local ADC comps.
100.
Get yourself to
Darren,
the top of the
record
tree in
54.
those, and we may be seeing you here.
Game shot on the first
14
Darren
darter,
Armstrong.
Darren Armstrong to break the Louie Williams road to lead 1-0. I mean, look at Tom Sykes, he's probably the best example of which.
Second against Darren to throw
Played
first.
some ADC stuff, played
Game
here and lost the grand final to Scott Taylor. The days of invites are becoming less and less. This is a meritocratic
59.
tournament.
Yeah, and rightly so. And rightly so, I think, even if you go back in the day, no matter whenever you saw a player on the television, they were having to claim, having to sort of
85.
claim their place by winning somewhere or another. You understand that invites have to happen to a certain extent to
137.
get this up and running and on the road, but those invites are now dropping off as qualifiers come
84.
through from the system it was used for.
I wonder whether we can get, whether there is a point where you could actually have a series based on players that have won
138.
individual tournaments globally.
You have a very valid point.
60. Darren require 167.
Way beyond my pay grade, mate.
$131.
Well, that leaves himself double 18 after 12. His average is 111.46. Had a 14 data in the first leg, gone for a potential 13 in the second.
Darren required 36.
And Louie Williams is feeling like he's walked into another one here.
Game shot on the second leg. Darren Armstrong.
And credit where credit's due to Louie. This is his best performance of the week so far. He's playing better, but he's just walked into a runaway
Well,
train.
Louie to throw
14
first.
data followed by
Game
14 data. 28 darts for the first 2 legs. And an average of 107.36 for Darren Armstrong.
Absolutely. Poor Louie Williams is
140.
a little bit like where the vultures come round preying on the weak.
60.
Williams dragging his average now into the mid-80s, as you can see there. 85.10. Darren Armstrong, 102.77. And yesterday, there was only the solitary ton plus average. That was Conor Heneghan's 101.09. And that was hit against Darren Armstrong.
100. $41.
Williams has just bided his time a little bit because
100.
he's going to get 6 darts here from 220 to take this third leg out and to bring him back into the match.
50.
Has set up the fish.
Pressure will be applied now that
100. Louie require
Armstrong has hit
170.
that treble 20 first dart.
50.
That's
Darren
unlucky darts, that.
141.
That's unlucky darts.
The 141 doesn't go, and so Williams will return for 120 to half the arrears, half the
55.
deficit.
Louie require 120.
Time to climb the ladder. Treble. Single. But no double.
100. Darren require 86.
And so Armstrong back for the double break. He's going to get a dart at the ball to do exactly that.
38.
But that sits
Louie
low
require
and
20.
wide. 2 10s for Louie
Game's
to
on
bring
the
it back
third
to
leg.
2-1.
Louie Williams.
A leg that, judging by the passages of play, he deserves.
Yeah,
There gets Darren to throw
100%
first.
does.
Game on.
But as with Darren, he's now doing what he does and hits
99.
a treble immediately when you think you're back in the game. This is much better from Williams here.
80.
More bad luck. Once you do go on a cross angle, sometimes against the flow of your dart, that can happen off a flight. Maybe the better choice there was going across to the 18s or even down to the 57 to try and avoid that happening.
93.
Problem you have, Henry, is you never ever believe that's going to happen. I don't think anybody, I wouldn't stand there and throw 2 darts and think, oh, I predict a bounce out here. Or a dart on dart out.
140.
Armstrong just putting his foot back on the gas
58.
again, leads himself
Darren
on
require 120.
1-2-8 after 9 for a 3-1 lead. And one of them would have left double fours all the time in the world to open up a 3-1 advantage.
88.
Win for Armstrong would put him on to 8 points and put him a couple behind Heneghan, who takes on Jansen next. That's a big game to determine the flow of the group.
100. Darren require 40.
So Armstrong for a 3-1 lead here. Hit the dart.
Game
Yeah,
shot on
what
the fourth
lovely.
leg.
Well listened.
Darren Armstrong.
Listened, have you opened the window?
No,
Fifth
we
leg
can't
is
open
Louie
these
to throw
windows.
first. Game on.
We are well and truly shutting our box here, Henry, as you well know.
Under lock and key, aren't we?
Absolutely.
41.
But what more would we need? We've got everything we need in here. It's a lovely place to be.
Say lock and key, but I think the producer's thrown away the key.
85. $100.
I've got to say that I'm really impressed with the way that Louie's conducted himself today. Because I
77.
know yesterday didn't go to plan, and I know that he really wasn't happy with the way that things went. But he's come back today, and he's showing signs more like himself. But more than
140.
anything, the body language is so much better. And it's going to be a process for him this week. But he has taken, for me, already a step in the right direction.
Eight.
Whatever happens here.
Yeah, he has, and he looks far more positive. How much longer his mind will allow him to stay like that if he loses this game.
100.
But he's given himself more opportunities, and that's what gives you hope as a dart player. Keep getting opportunities.
58. Louie require 120.
And again, another chance to climb the ladder. There's the treble. There's the single.
80.
But high on the double, but he is going to come back.
Sensible play there with Armstrong back on 2-7-3.
121.
He's not there for long, mind you.
40.
So now it's all about no guts, no glory.
The double six, double four route.
Game
Because
shot
why
on the
not?
fifth leg.
The first
Louie
double was so
Williams.
nice, he just had to do it twice. But now Darren Armstrong throws for the match.
Sixth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Is Louie starting to believe?
85. $95.
See, second time this week, Williams has won
45.
2 legs in a match. He picked up 2 legs against Conor Heneghan yesterday. He's already bettered the amount of legs that he's won today in comparison to
41.
yesterday. And so already everything's moving in an upward trajectory.
He's not out of this one yet.
45.
Double treble visit here. Let's put him in super position for a break.
100.
Slightly late release on that effort.
137.
But Armstrong isn't one to give away sympathy prizes. He just goes around doing his business, and he's hoping that he'll be putting himself on the brink of completing the match.
79.
And he is going to get 6 on 189 to see the job through.
$140.
Means he should get a couple of match darts upon his return.
I think you can see on Louie's face and the way he's
31.
released those, he
Requirement,
feels it's
49.
over.
He thinks it's all over. It is now!
Game shot on
As
the
Darren
match.
Armstrong runs off a
Darren
4-2
Armstrong.
victory against Louie Williams. Another improved performance from Louie, but it is Darren who does the business. Average of 90.52, 50% on the finishing. That was rock solid as far as the Scot is concerned. Coming up after the break, Heneghan and Jansen go toe-to-toe. Heneghan wins. He's got a strong grip of the group. If Jansen wins, we've got a new leader. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Darren Armstrong got the better of Louie Williams by 4 legs to 2. But now we have a big battle at the top of the table. Conor Heneghan leads the way, 10 points after 7 matches. Jansen second place, 8 points and 7 matches. And so the winner of this game will be top of the pile. Heneghan can stretch his lead at the top of the group after 2 rounds of fixtures today to 4 points. Jansen would go top of the pile on legs difference if he won this particular match. You get the sense that we might be entering a sliding doors moment as far as this Group A is concerned.
It's Conor to throw first.
If Heneghan wins, he may begin to see the finishing line in front of him. If Jansen wins, the momentum could drift the other way. Heneghan was so good out of the blocks.
55.
Against Andy Boulton, average of 93.34, was 4 from 9 on the outer ring, whilst for Danny, got over the line, but we're beginning to get a sense that the first game is just one maybe we don't read too much into in a day for him. Only averaged 78.5, 4 from 12 on the doubles. It wasn't
59.
a vintage performance, but it was enough to get the points, which ultimately is all that matters in this format.
95.
You're not wrong there. Points win prizes no matter where we are.
134.
Once again, Heneghan hits a double treble visit just when you think he's going to hit nothing.
135.
Back at you with Danny Jansen. He does get that little drift to the left, doesn't he, into the 5s. We've seen it a couple of times when he went for tops yesterday. Hit a double 5 and
95.
he's a big 135 hitter because of that fact.
Heneghan first to a finish on throw.
73.
Good recovery with the last dart to leave himself on the fish.
Yeah, good counting on the bounce as well.
120.
Ooh.
Danny require 170.
So can Danny Jansen hit the 2 big trebles? No, he's in that 5 again.
90. Conor require
So Heneghan back for double 19 here to take out the opening leg.
Game shot on the first
No
leg.
mistake, 1-0
Heneghan.
to the Irishman.
Second against
16
Danny to
darts
throw
there, which is
first.
pretty much the region of his last game. And 93-34 is pretty much saying that he's either going to take the latter end of 5 visits or the beginning of 6 visits
66.
to take a leg out. And so, effectively, Danny Jansen wants to be leaving something tangible after 12 in every single leg to try and get something from Heneghan here, you sense.
95.
Yeah, you wonder whether that's the way he breaks the game down. Does he break the leg down into
95.
exactly what you're just saying? You know, it's 3 scores and see where I am, and he looks no further than the 3 scores. He wants to go ton, 140, 140, 140, ton, 180, ton. He just concentrates on absolutely scoring big
84.
in those first 9 darts.
And if you look intrinsically into his 12-month stats,
91.
Conor Heneghan, most of his legs are won in the 6th visit of a leg. In fact, in all recorded matches in the last 12 months, 55% of the legs that he has won have been within the 6th visit range.
That's impressive. What an impressive
100,
stat.
And he record 132.
The ball. Does it go?
107. Conor require 160.
160 for the break in 2-0.
Not going to go either.
40.
That was after
Danny
the first
requires
dart, not the
25.
one. Jansen to hold throw. We saw him go this direction
Game shot on the second leg.
earlier.
Danny Jansen.
And very tidy it was too. 17 dart
Leg.
leg
It's Conor to throw first.
for Jansen.
$58. 60.
Nicely thrown 6 there. Would be the call in the pub. All set on the top wire. Unlucky for more would have been the other call.
140.
Heneghan finding more there. 140 with that particular throw.
80.
And I think just going back to that, we were talking about 55%
95.
of the 6 visit legs is, what you tend to find when you watch Conor Heneghan play is there's always one good visit in the leg, but maybe not always is that backed up.
140.
And that's maybe why we're still asking whether he can take that next step, because he can throw some good stuff, but then maybe there's not always that backing up of that.
140.
Yeah, I think there's a shout for that. I agree.
70. Connie requires 68.
Well, this is good stuff. This could be a 14 darter.
64.
Double 2 doesn't go, and so it gives
And he
Jansen a
require
glimmer of the 151.
I was about to say, if these go their match changers, it's not going to happen this time round.
88. Connie require 4.
He has applied enough pressure and got close enough.
That is quite possibly the worst dart he could have thrown at that
Game's
target,
on
but
the
he
third leg.
finds a way
Conor
just above
Heneghan.
to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
No big panic for Danny Jansen. He has to throw here now. He has to hold throw.
55.
Once again, the 5s come into play for him.
Oh, is it touching? Is it touching? Is it in?
120.
It's not touching. Well, he did just double check now. Because he didn't touch the dart, effectively he can wait as long as he wants and the referee can change his mind, a bit like VAR. But once he touches the dart, then it counts as the score that the referee called.
100.
Yeah, I think he doubted it for a little bit because obviously the way that his darts go in on that 45, 60 degree angle we discussed
100.
yesterday, if that does happen and they do hang in there, it would naturally roll down the dart and maybe touch the board. You have
46.
a very good point there. How long can you wait?
As long as you want. A bit, I suppose Owen Binks was being doubted by Conor Heneghan there, but you got to
100.
be with Owen Binks like you are with Cartman. Respect his authority.
You have to indeed, but I've got to say, Binks would have had the best
81.
angle to see whether it was touching the board. When you're at 90 degrees looking straight at it or you're down the side, you will see whether there was daylight between the point or not. One advantage the ref has
90.
from their advanced position of view, and yeah, used well there by Owen Binks.
86. Connie require 91.
Well, Heneghan will be hoping to be in an advanced position as far as the match is concerned. He's going to have a couple of darts at tops of 3-1. Now down for double 10.
81.
Moves inside, and so
require
Jansen 133 to
133.
level up. Not to be, and so Heneghan will get another
93.
opportunity to break.
Connie require 10. Game
And break
shot
he
on the fourth
does.
leg.
3-1, he
Conor
moves
Heneghan.
into the lead, and now throws for the match.
Yeah, and a good bit of board management there. Threw the first
leg,
one up
it's
and out the
Conor
way.
to
Did
throw
nothing
first.
silly with it. And then absolutely went full bore at it. Found his range with the second and a nice double 5 finish from
85.
Heneghan under the circumstances. Jansen waiting, poised to come back.
46.
And he may feel in next to no time at all. He might have the group in the palm of his hand because a victory in this one would move him 4 points clear. And you could argue with Boulton
96.
and Jansen out of the way that 2 of his toughest assignments for the day have come and gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
89.
You can argue that, and he will be feeling that as well.
98. 97.
Thank you to the thousands of you tuning in this morning, whether that's via the Super Series YouTube channel or via your favourite bookmaker's site. Remember, it is 18+, begambleaware.org if you're tuning into the Super Series. And you're possibly about to see Conor Heneghan here.
99.
When out a 4-1 victory, if he can pin this 82, it will move him 4 points clear at the top of the group. He'd have the group in the palm of his hands. It's tops.
62.
It's a chance that's come and gone.
Require 170.
What a skin saver this would be.
He'll go for the ball. No, he didn't go for the ball. On other occasions, he's gone straight down for the ball to leave tops, but it's double 10 for our table topper, Conor Heneghan. He takes in what could prove to be a big win within this group. A little discussion there with Owen Binks after the game. I have a funny feeling it's about that point incident, don't you? But yes, so good average there. 88, just dropped off under the 90. Jansen was there all the way in case he didn't quite happen to convert. We'll be back with you shortly with our next match, which will be Darren Armstrong v Andy Boulton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Conor Heneghan got the better of Danny Jansen by 4-1. That completes our second round of fixtures for the day. Prior to that, Darren Armstrong beat Louie Williams 4-2, and Boulton beat Carlo Van Peer by 4-1. In fact, every single game bar one today has gone with the throw. So those are the results from our games. This is how the table occupies itself as a result. And Conor Heneghan has stretched a 4-point lead at the top of the table as a result of that victory against Danny Jansen before the break. Darren Armstrong, because of the margin of victory, has now moved up to second. Van Peer also on 8, Boulton on 6. It looks like Heneghan is going to stretch away at the top of the group, and that the race for Group B could be quite a tense one. And the way Louie Williams is improving, he could prove to be a spoiler as the week goes along. So, next up for us, Darren Armstrong and Andy Boulton go toe-to-toe. These two know each other very well. Been around the circuit playing for a number of years, and two good friends on and off the oche as a consequence of that. We're acquainting themselves this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and as far as Andy's concerned, he'll feel like, yes, he's playing okay, but he'll still feel like there's possibly a couple more levels in which he could possibly go.
Yeah, there's without doubt, and we know that he has that within his repertoire, and he has the firepower. It's as with all dart players, it's whether you allow yourself to do that. And
First leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
It's very much a case of he has to make his move now.
54.
Does Andy Boulton. Sometimes you can feel hard done by sometimes, and you can convince yourself you're going to continue to be hard done by in a group. I know I've been sort of in that situation here in the groups and thinking, when is my luck going to change? Oh, here we go. It's just carried on again. Oh, here we go. It's just carried on again. And because the game is so mental, sometimes you can convince yourself that that's going to be the case for the rest of the day.
60.
Rather than pulling up your big girl pants and getting on with it and saying, no, I'm actually going to dictate where this goes.
Darren Armstrong, part of the ADC system. In fact, he's been the premier hitter of 180s today. We've had 5 now, and Darren is responsible for 4 of them.
57. Darren require 133.
And leads 133 after 9. He may take out the 133. Not this time, but he has got the luxury of that.
93.
Tops after 12. Very good start here from Darren. And he may feel like he's walking into it like he did against Conor Heneghan earlier on.
96. Darren require 40.
Tops for Armstrong. Another one of those wild ones.
20.
And that second dart looked quite nice as a guide. Couldn't find it with the third. But again, he's going to have time to come back.
Yeah, he's earned his go at it. And to come back.
46. Darren require 20.
Andy's body language said the leg
10.
is gone. I don't think Darren picked up on that. You can, as a player, watch your opponent go, oh, look at the body language. He thinks it's gone. Dunk, dunk, off you go. And it convinces you again mentally that the leg is gone.
60.
I'll just go and hit that and we'll go on to the next.
Darren require 10.
2 5s and Armstrong
leg.
leads by a leg to nil.
Darren Armstrong.
Darren, who qualified via the ADC Northwest qualification route.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
And one of the quickest routes to the Super Series, if you are an aspirational player, is through the ADC. And the Winmore Championship Tour 2024 gets underway later on this month.
59.
Weekend 1 takes place on Saturday the 30th and Sunday the 31st of March. That takes place in Middlesbrough. The men's events are capped at 256 players. And
58.
the numbers are fairly encouraging. Event 1, 192 players. Event 2, currently 194. Event 3, 166. Event 4, 167. If you head over to @DartCircuit on Twitter, entries available for that. And the women's series will also get underway. But those entries are not capped. But I do hear good numbers have been reported for that as well, as Boulton hits the game's second maximum.
58.
The winners of them last year got an automatic invitation to the Super Series. And, well, in fact, our last series champion, Scott Taylor, won one of those
100.
events in 2023, as did a guy called Luke Littler. I don't know whether you heard of him.
Nah, no.
140.
Nearly a third. Boulton's going to set up, though, from here.
92.
James Richardson and Chris Wickenden were two of the most prolific winners of those particular tournaments. Also wins Cerise Griffin, now got a tour card. Scott Taylor, Adam Mould.
100.
Tom Lonsdale has been very impressive here. As Boulton looks for 70 to square this game up at 1 apiece. It's 2-16s for Boulton to level up at 1 apiece.
38.
Doesn't go, and so Armstrong returns to
Darren
145.
145.
16s have been Bolton's friend today. On the legs that he's been winning.
45, and he required 32.
It's 2-16s
Game shot on the
to
second
square
leg.
up at 1 apiece.
Andy
16
Boulton.
data for Andy Boulton.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Feels like a game that is just waiting to bring into life, which feels quite weird when you consider there's been a couple of maxis in there.
100.
Yeah, this was a 4-2 win, I believe, yesterday. In Darren Armstrong's favour, and he was against the darts as well. A 92 average he had.
100.
Not quite near that so far. But we don't know what niceties are going on in the back room and how
139.
everybody's getting on. It was quite a jovial room this morning when I went in to say hi to the players and, you know, just try and extract any interesting information I could get out of them. But
100.
this morning they weren't so forthgiving, which is a shame.
So
56.
Detective Mitchell couldn't unearth any info.
No, absolutely. It was there was nothing going. I think they worked me out from the day before. I think we'll have to send another agent in.
100.
Less Sherlock Holmes, more Sherlock knows.
Exactly right. It was a little bit like that, yes. No, that was a very jovial room this morning, and
100.
everybody was in good spirits and feeling good. So
And he required
that's all we want, so
161.
we get some great darts out here on stage, just like we've just seen there with the last three.
Boulton won't take out the 161, so Armstrong, having left double 16 after 12, is going to get an opportunity to
95.
lead this game 2-1.
Darren required 32. No
But
score.
it doesn't go, and it grazes the wire.
And he required 66.
I suppose as far as fans go, I would imagine that Conor Heneghan could be an Andy Boulton fan here for this match.
26.
He could
Darren required
hold
32.
the run of Darren Armstrong towards more points on the table, heading towards Conor Heneghan's
Game shot on the third leg.
place at the
Darren
top.
Armstrong.
So 2-1 Armstrong.
Andy to throw first.
The
Game
win,
on.
which should put him on to 10 points and just keep Conor Heneghan at the top of the table honest, who will take on Carlo Vampire in the next game.
83. $140.
After the initial
140.
nicey-niceys of the first couple of legs, we're now starting to see the averages creep on up. Gone into the mid-80s now.
100.
First couple of legs were languishing around the late 70s.
100.
Ball not on a finish. If Armstrong can find a 140 here, he could have threatened the Boulton throw. Needs to find a treble of some
57.
substance, but can't find it. So Boulton will have 6 from here to square this game up at 2-2.
60.
The 60 leads 118.
$60. And he required 118.
Haven't had a ton plus out since the first game today when we saw
58.
one apiece
Darren,
from
require
Carlo Van Peer and Louie
144.
Williams. And when you think about it yesterday, we were raining down on ton
122.
plus outs,
And he
particularly at the
requires
beginning of the
60.
session. Tops. Can he put it in the middle?
40.
No is the answer. He kind of made an
Darren,
arc of a bridge
require
for himself.
22.
And so 2-11 to get the break. One left. Does that help? Yes,
Game
is the
shot
answer.
number 4
3-1 Armstrong. He
Darren
throws for the
Armstrong.
match.
And let's not forget, he's not using his regular darts. If you have
If
only
gets
just
Darren
tuned
to
in, he
throw
had a
first.
point
Game
explosion on one of his earlier games where he snapped the point off on his darts he's been using over the course of the week so
42.
far of Group A, and swapped to the set that he's using now, which are they're not dissimilar, but they're not anything looking
58.
like his previous darts. And here he finds himself 3-1 up against Andy Boulton.
They're the suspects.
135.
Suppose it's a case of if you fail to prepare, then you prepare to fail. So how many players do we see that bring absolutely nothing else on the stage with them?
60.
I actually, when I'm viewing from home, I quite often sort of tune in, and yes, you're absolutely right. There are many players that just wander out there with 3 darts, 3
60.
stems. Maybe they got them in their pockets, maybe, I don't know. But with me, I always carry out a case with a spare set of darts, spare set of flights and stems set up in them. And
140.
so if you do have an unfortunate accident, then you can rectify it very quickly without breaking anybody's rhythm.
140. $97.
1-2-4 for Darren Armstrong
Require
to
124.
complete a 4-1 victory. Oh, he's missed the big number. He chased the treble. He's paid his price. 53 remaining.
84.
We'll square up for
And he
tops
require
if he comes back,
146.
because this is definitely in Boulton territory. Very much in his wheelhouse. Double 16.
130.
Doesn't go, and so Armstrong will
Darren, you
come back
require
to
40.
complete the match if he can pin tops. Double 10. Double 6, double 4.
32.
No more.
And he requires 16.
Surely that sneaks the other side. Oh, double 4.
12.
Doesn't go. Darren Armstrong's
Darren,
been
you
given an
require
opportunity he probably thought he wasn't going to get. But he had to take advantage of it,
6.
and he can't. The
And he
melodrama
requires
goes on.
4.
Twos never lose. The madhouse. Is it Bolton's wheelhouse? No, no,
No
no.
score. Darren, you
Well,
require
this is
2.
getting tetchy.
Tense, nervous headache time here.
No score.
And still tense, nervous headache time.
And he require
Boulton
4.
returns.
Who wants it, lads?
Game
Bolton
shot on the
does.
fifth
3-2.
Andy Boulton.
Both puffing the cheeks out.
Sig player gets Andy to throw first.
Not really daring to look at one another.
Game on.
They're almost embarrassed to look at each other, weren't they?
Never be embarrassed at winning a leg, Henry. You never be embarrassed at winning a leg.
140.
Don't know, I've never won any legs in my life.
No, that's very true. I've seen you play. I didn't hang
45.
around for long, if you don't mind. It's a bit like move along, nothing to see here.
There's a reason why I'm stuck in a commentary box.
137.
I would say you're damn good at talking about it, though, mate. You might not be able to play it, but you know what you should be doing.
80.
What was the Murray Walker line? Those who do it, but those who don't talk about it.
So where do I come into play then, where I do it and talk about it? I'm just like useless at both, am I? It could be. Yeah.
You know what they say about jack of all trades?
Absolutely.
60.
Absolutely.
124.
To send us all the way. Good laid this from Boulton, even a finish after 9. Doesn't have to attack it with Armstrong back on 3-1-6.
92.
And so we'll return for double 16 after 12 to send us the distance.
93. And he requires 32.
And a good leg and a good surge. Goes back to recompose.
Well, it is tight to the wire, so I can understand why he's done it. And I think he probably thought it was in.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Yeah, lovely camera
Andy
angle from
Boulton.
our guys. Our tech team. I do like that camera shot.
7th and final leg. It's Darren to throw first. Game on.
This is what happens when you're in a purpose-built live lounge for darts. We've got all the angles.
100.
And for Armstrong here, he was 3-1 to the good, spurned numerous match darts in the 5th leg. Boulton's now come back and is charging, and his mind must now be in a haze, in a bit of a spin.
$139.
A nice response there from Armstrong for sure.
135.
Needs a couple.
94.
Because that's left on 168. Boulton 226. 6 to complete the match.
$100.
Perfect first. Perfect second.
128.
And all the pressure now is on this
And he requires
126.
126.
He'll go the 19s route. He'll get 2 stabs at the treble 19. Hits it with the first. Hits it with the second. It's double 6 for the match. Oh, what a blockbuster finish from Andy Boulton there. Another ton plus shot out goes to this group of Arrowsmiths. It's a win for Andy Boulton. He takes it 4-3. A halting Darren Armstrong's rise up the table towards Conor Heneghan. He'll be chuffed with his work now, as you can see as he leaves the stage. 85 average for Boulton. Worked hard for that win. Armstrong a little bit off his mettle there, but the result goes Boulton's way. We head into a short break and we will be back with Carlo Van Peer against the table topper Conor Heneghan after the short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Andy Boulton got the better of Darren Armstrong before the break by 4 legs to 3, halting Armstrong's rise up the table. Next up, Conor Heneghan in action. He's 4 points clear, and because Danny Jansen plays Louie Williams next, has got the chance now to open up a 6-point gap at the top of the table. It may be only a temporary measure, but it could have a bit of a significance in terms of the mental aspect. He takes on Carlo van Peer, who you sense at some point is going to possibly pick up a scalp if he continues to play the way he's playing.
Yeah, he has played superbly. His first 9 stats have been very good, Carlo van Peer.
First leg, it's Carlo to throw
Probably
first.
the one that's going to match him on
Game
those the
on.
most within this group. From what we've seen so far in a day and a half is Conor Heneghan.
57.
Heneghan, who both of his games by 4 legs to 1. This is actually his first game against the throw today, because both those games against Boulton and Jansen were with the darts. In fact, that game where
100.
Boulton beat Armstrong before the break was only the second game today to have gone against the throw.
And there was a bit of
50.
a scrappy affair yesterday. It was a 4-3. Conor Heneghan came into his own in the last leg, if I remember rightly.
140. 135.
I did actually say to Conor yesterday, you've changed your footwear. He used to wear a
121.
certain brand of trainer, beginning with S, who are very comfortable on your feet, according to Jamie
65.
Redknapp.
Carlo, you require 83.
And I see he's changed to a different brand.
The bullseye doesn't
50.
go.
Conor, you require
And so
116.
Heneghan 116 to take out this opening leg. 17 would have left in the bullseye. Van Peer returns
52.
to take out
Carlo,
the
you require
opening leg.
33.
And it's double 16.
Games on the
And it's
first
1-0
leg.
Van Peer.
Carlo van Peer.
Yes, Conor said, do you commentator guys notice
Second leg,
everything
it's
that we
Conor to
do?
throw first.
And I got to thinking, we do think totally different, as obviously being in both camps.
140.
I remember somebody commentated on me a while ago, and he said, back in 2017, you were wearing glasses at the Isle of Man Open.
121.
And I'm like, I was unaware that I'd even ever wore glasses at a darting event, particularly a big open like that. So, yeah. So I understand where he's coming from on both
140.
sides there, because I didn't know that I'd done that.
On the subject of commentators, I think it's the appropriate moment to send our condolences to the family of Tony
180.
Green, the first real big voice of the sport, who sadly passed away yesterday at the age of 85. All of our thoughts go to those who knew Tony, and there was a lot
35.
of them within the sport.
Yeah, I was very fortunate enough to do some commentary with him back in those video
63.
lakeside days, and yeah, funny little story. We wouldn't then put our phones on the top of the desk because they would interfere with the equipment back then, and so you would put your phone
96,
underneath the desk
Carlo,
on the floor. You just chuck your
137.
phone down there, and Tony moved his stool and said it felt a little bit wobbly, so he wibbled his backside
97.
to
Conor,
get
you
the
require
stool
90.
nice and level, but unfortunately he didn't realise it was on my phone, and he smashed my phone to pieces under his chair. So what a lovely story, but what a lovely man, and will be sorely missed. He will be
60.
sorely missed.
Carlo, you require 40.
I hope you got that back on expenses. Tots of Van Peer. Now double 10. Don't go.
Conor, you require
Expenses at the
30.
video, I love it. Nice if you got the prize money.
Especially when you win £100,000. Double 4.
26.
Don't go. Van Peer 2-5
Carlo,
for
you require
2-0
10.
and the break. And Darren
the
Armstrong and
second
Danny
leg. Carlo
Jansen might
Van
just be pulling up a chair in the practice room watching this. When Van Peer puts him to within 2
Well,
points
against Carlo to throw first. Game on.
and keeps that man honest. Danny Jansen takes on Louie
58.
Williams next.
$100. $28.
However, a couple of slack visits at the beginning of this leg for Carlo. It's just opened up the door for Conor just somewhat.
45.
But he hasn't been able to take full advantage of that. Sees himself in front, but very much makeable if Van Peer can find something tangible. But it's almost as if the wheels have
11.
fallen off in this leg for Carlo Van Peer.
$135.
Kind of Heneghan are not too worried about what's happening with Carlo. He's getting on with his job.
55.
Just one of those unusual legs for Van Peer.
43.
Disappointing for him because it's on his own throw. And making life very easy
100.
for Heneghan to break. But that's a little more like it.
Well, this is the thing. As quickly as you put yourself in a good position in the game, it's as quickly as you could be wheeled back in. And Conor Heneghan, in the flash of the eye, could get the break back. And then is thrown to square this match back up. And suddenly the nice position that you found yourself in, where it just gets
85.
whittled
Only
away.
require 40.
And what was it we said about Heneghan and 6 visit legs? Hand in
He's on
glove,
the third
2-1.
leg. Conor Heneghan.
Now has the darts.
Fourth leg, it's Conor to throw first. $45.
And if Heneghan can win this game, he'll feel like he's beginning to gallop a little bit like a
60.
little bit like Tiger Roll at Aintree Racecourse. As it sees the final few fences approach. Cheltenham next week.
59.
Absolutely. I love the horse racing, mate. Mainly the ones at half arm that keep getting out. I don't see any other horses running. I don't get chance.
46.
I just keep forgetting they can jump fences as well.
134.
How is life on the farm?
I think the technical term is very wet underfoot.
85.
Good to soft in places.
The going is it's soft and non-rideable. It's that soft at the minute.
137.
Well, Heneghan is making his mid-match move now. 1-2-6 after 12 to square this game up at 2-2. The 140 puts Van Peer on a finish.
126.
Another. The single leaves the ball.
101.
Skims the 25. And so Van Peer, the big fish, to open up a 3-1 lead. Another one of them. The bullseye. That would have been seismic.
25.
It's 2-8s.
9.
You have
Carlo
to say
required
there,
33.
fair play to Van Peer for applying such pressure in such moments. Now he has to finish it off, and he's
Gage
done
on
that.
the fourth leg.
I'll tell you,
Carlo Van
what a
Peer.
great finish. What a great 5 darts that was. He's not just playing anybody here, he's
Gets
playing the
Carlo
table
to
topper
throw
at the minute.
first.
And he's
Game
3-1
on.
up. What a determined little fella this guy is.
And the thing is, it puts it back in the mix because
60.
the table would read Heneghan 12, Van Peer 10 Armstrong 8. Jansen would have the chance to move on to 10. And from a position where Conor Heneghan looked as if he might have a sense of
95.
comfortability, he suddenly then gets wheeled back in.
117.
I enjoyed your little interview earlier with Carlo Vampire. I thought he was very honest about what's going on and how him and Berry support one another. I thought that was lovely. I thought that's nice. Because as I said, not all brothers get on in life, and yeah, great for him to straighten all that out. And yeah, Berry's Berry, but I want to come here and do my thing, and
35.
that's exactly what he's doing right in front of our faces now.
Wonder whether his walk-ons as hardcore as Berry's is.
96.
Well, you had the mic in your hand. You could have asked him if you'd have thought of it.
It's amazing what the mind whirls when you don't think about things.
99.
99 leads 90 for a 4-1 win and to condemn Conor Heneghan. Is it a mere act of defiance, or could that just be the beginning of something?
It was a definitely back at you type defiance, and it's worked. Because Carlo's
79. Conor require 92.
not helped himself still.
Too good. May go double-double. He will go double-double. And almost
56.
found 418s.
Carlo, you require 11.
And so Vampire for the match. He's going to have to spurn a dart for double 4.
Three.
It doesn't go.
Conor
and we
require
go on.
36.
Great as the wire. It's a perfect guide.
Game shot on the
There's
fifth leg.
no way he
Conor
couldn't
Heneghan.
find the double with the second dart. Heneghan breaks. We move into a sixth leg. 3-2
Sixth leg, it's
Vampire
Conor to
leads,
throw
but it is
first.
Heneghan who has the darts
Game
to
on.
send us all the way.
Little ghost throw there from Carlo. That's
78.
something is synonymous with Berry. Berry does a nice little ghost throw at times.
100.
I, in fact, did one at our local league last night. I threw a wrong dart, went back, did a ghost throw, and then I went and threw again.
95.
And then I came off after winning the game, and everybody said, "Did you just do a ghost throw?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know. I didn't notice." And yeah, I did a ghost throw.
No, but everybody else did because the other guy threw the 3 darts
180.
by the time you threw the ghost dart.
Correct.
Vampire closing in once
55.
again. He has missed a couple of match darts already. You would sense if he can keep it straight and he can keep it handy, then he would get more. But
21.
has he just seen the finishing line flash in front of his eyes? Did he see the checkered flag and then stall the car going into the final
45.
corner?
$33.
Annoyed with himself there, and quite rightly so. He needed more. He is thinking about the finishing line. There's no two ways about it.
45. Carlo, you require 167.
Well, both players have seen their particular targets. It's felt like they tried too hard to attain it.
59.
And Pierre's going to get another go on the 108. Heneghan looking to set up. And we'll do exactly that.
133. Carlo, you require 108.
Since this has to go. Well, it's still an opportunity. Treble 17 leaves the ball. Oh, it's bounced in and out.
58.
You could see the puncture mark where it penetrated the
required
bullseye.
50.
But it's flung in and flung out. And are they the meagre margins that change the direction of this game in Conor Heneghan's favour? Double 10.
40.
Vampire
Carlo,
will
you
get
require
another go.
50.
Which way does he go here? Does he go 18 for 32? Looks like he's going 18 for 32. Or he's going 1 for 17 for 32. It's a match start for Vampire.
It's straight the other
32.
side.
Conor, you require 10.
Is Conor Heneghan using his get out of jail free card here? Because he's
Games
found
on
the
the
double
sixth
five, and we go all the way
Conor Heneghan.
in a game that Carlo Vampire quite literally won and lost in one dart.
7th and final leg, it's Carlo.
It went in the bullseye,
Game
it bounced
on.
out the bullseye. He thought the game was won and done. But now he's going to have to throw for it. In a one-leg shootout.
57.
Of course, if this was the soft tip version of the game, he would have won the match because anything that enters the board counts as a score.
85.
I don't think Carlo Vampire is thinking that right now, unfortunately. He's got to forget all that's gone in front.
Whoa,
Oh, what a 180 on a pinhead.
We know this guy's got ability, but I tell you what, we're learning this guy's got some grit and all.
85.
He did give it a bit of a celebration on that one. Sometimes when you celebrate, all the energy goes and your next throw can be difficult, but he's taken the pace out of the throw
100.
and that was beautifully recovered.
Heneghan needed to pile something in there. He knew he had to pile something big in there. He's not going to.
135.
And so Vampire for the match.
164.
164. Isn't going to go, but he is going to come back.
100.
He'd already won this game once. He's going to have to try and win it a second time.
That was a brave ton there from Vampire. I can't explain to you how big that was to get him down to 64. Because look at this big brave 180 coming in.
180.
This is why he's the
Conor
table
requires
topper,
64.
Heneghan. He's going, you can have a go at it. 2 at double 8.
It puts him on 10 points. It puts him second in the group, and it
Game's
keeps
got
Conor
out of the
Heneghan
match.
at bay.
Carlo Vampire.
He thought he'd won it once when the bullseye bounced out. He's won it a second time there. Carlo Vampire beats Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 3. That's the tail of the tape. An 81.5 average in the end was good enough for Vampire. 4 for 15 on the doubles. Heneghan 3 from 17 when it came to the outering. Those 3 180s as well for Vampire, helping him in the scoring stakes. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to watch Danny Jansen, who is now a very interesting spectator in this group, take on Louie Williams.
So, as you rejoin us from the break, you missed the previous game. That was Carlo Van Peer v Conor Heneghan, and Van Peer got over the line 4-3. Eventually was very unlucky, had a bullseye that you could see hit the mark to win the match and fell out, but he got over the line in the end against our table topper. Now we come back to a very interested Danny Jansen taking on Louie Williams. Louie Williams yet to trouble the scorers on the table, but we've seen marked improvement from him today in his play, and Danny Jansen now has a chance to head up to maybe second in the group. So he is looking forward to trying to turn Williams over. Carlo Van Peer's win against Conor Heneghan on moving day, which is Tuesday of Group
Danny
8,
to throw first. Game
has
on.
made this a very interesting game for the mullet.
Louie Williams may not be able to win the group, but he may be able to stop somebody else from doing that.
85.
That's what he's got to think. If he can't do it for himself, then ruin it for somebody else. Play that role of spoiler. One thing I've just seen straight away, you know, we were talking about the struggles here with the flight there.
57.
There's actually a little bit of a stem that's just come out a little bit. I don't know whether he's clattered it in a previous game or in practice, but it's just a stem that's just pointing out a little bit, which is going to unhinge one of the flights.
125.
If that was me, I would just ditch it.
96.
But maybe Louis hasn't noticed. Maybe it's not as noticeable.
129. 92.
So Jansen, 6 starts on 162 to take out this opening leg. Went for the ball,
105.
which would have left him on double 16. Now that's more like it.
125.
Louie Williams,
Danny
Jansen,
required
57 for the first leg.
This is a big number, cardinal sin, but he's okay.
37. Louie
So,
required
outside chance for
131.
Williams. Not now. Again, we talk about hitting
41.
big numbers.
Danny required 20.
Oh, bit of a blocker. Going to have to move.
Game shot
Yeah,
the first
lovely.
leg.
Goes north
Danny Jansen.
on the target and absolutely hits it. What you have to remember, when you see players do
Louie to
this
throw first.
on the telly box, it's not the first time that they've done it. They will always have a preferred route. They would have practiced this at home. They would have had blocker darts at
59.
home during practice and moved their way around or along the oche to work those shots out. So they would be practicing those shots from around the side of the dart and
85.
going over the dart. So when you do see it on the TV, yeah, they are a wonder dart, but it's not something that they hadn't
180.
practiced. Louie Williams popped in with his second 180 of the day.
And I think he enjoyed it.
99.
I
This
think-
is so much better.
Yeah, I think that's how he has to do it now.
56.
He has to throw caution to the wind.
95.
Go, you know what? I'm going to enjoy myself now.
There you can see that little bit of a tapered off bit of the stem.
140.
Oh, great spot, Henry. Yes, it is. Yeah, I could see it. Great spot.
43. Louie requires 66.
Yeah, right at the top of the stem on the 4 bits where it slots into. One of them is stuck right out to the left.
Williams was hoping that that was
26.
sticking out and into the tops, but he is going to come back for more here.
59. Louie
And for
require
whatever rhyme or
40.
reason, things just ain't quite aligning for Danny Jansen on day 2. For Williams, he is game by game getting better.
20. Danny require
The big
120.
opportunity that. Sorry, Henry. Big opportunity that for Williams, I feel.
So he missed 4 darts at a double in
Louie
this
requires
match.
20.
Yeah, got to gather his thoughts and start being positive here.
$10.
And once again,
Danny requires 64.
the mountain gets steeper and steeper to climb.
Double 8. But how awkward was that
56.
dart that landed into the double
required
16?
10.
It felt a fair bit. And so Williams, once double 5, it's got a little bit scrappy.
No score.
And has he just undone
Danny
all the
required
hard work
8.
that he put in?
Game shot on the
Because
second
Jansen has
leg.
broken
Danny
and now
Jansen.
leads 2-0.
And that can be soul destroying for a player to do all
Well,
the
against
hard
Danny
work
to
and not
throw
finish
first.
it off. Particularly when you're in the situation that Williams is in.
100. $100.
The other thing I'm just spotting, particularly in this game, is
100.
yesterday there was a lot of sprays, so it was hard for him to kind of find something that can give him a bit of an edge. As of course he lands into the treble 5, but everything's been grouped a bit together. The line
95.
looks a bit better for Louie now.
Yeah, it has been all day. Yeah, it has been all day today.
97.
You feel the longer it goes on, the harder it is going to be to get that elusive win. Or you go
59.
past the point of trying where you don't care, and then the win comes.
$58.
Sometimes the easiest way to win is to not think about winning.
Yeah, and that's a valid point too. Yeah, very much so.
47. Danny require 146.
For 3-0 and to put himself in cruise control of the match, he's got 6 from this 146. And so the sense of urgency is not quite there,
42.
but Dormare just opened a little bit there.
Yeah, nice little ton here from Louie would leave him on a 2-darter. So that's what he should be thinking. Thinking that not so much that.
40. Danny require
That was a bad deflection
104.
more than a bad thrown dart, to be fair.
Seen a few of these 104s this week. Jansen's not going to pin it here.
63. Louie require 160.
He's scared this already, Louie Williams. But he's not going to have another go with a 160. And so Jansen 41 for a 3-0 lead.
94. Danny require 41.
Haven't had a 4-0 scoreline today. 27 left. He sprayed that into the 14. Now the mind whirls around as to what options. It's 7 for double 10. Stops, pauses, goes back again.
31. Louie requires
Didn't feel like there was
66.
any conviction at all there.
No, I didn't get that. He's gone out on double 12 a couple of times today. I would have thought he'd have gone 3 on that route. 39 for Williams. He's gone 7 for 32. Change of luck, change of double.
50.
No,
Danny
doesn't
required
seem to
10.
be on this occasion.
And so double 5 for Jansen.
No
The
score.
misses pile up.
Louie requires 16.
And Louie gets a chance to break.
Doesn't like it, but if he can find a way off the barrel, he might find a
No
way in,
score.
but he can't. And that's now 13 missed darts at a double in
Danny
this match for
required
Louie
10.
Williams.
Game shot in the third leg. Danny Jansen.
Looking out the commentary window there, I can see Louie Williams giving
Four-legged
himself a
Louie to
little
throw
shake
first. Game on.
off the head because once again, a double has eluded him when he needs it most, and he could have been 2-1 up here.
29.
And now the weight of the world is on his shoulders.
140.
Then when that happens, your opponent smacks in a 140. Suddenly the mind goes to the place of here we go again.
41. $60.
And the thing is, this is kind of different to the other games where in the other games where he's lost comprehensively, he's not really been in the match, but he's missed 13 darts at a double, and they've all been across the 3 legs of this match. So he knows that he's had the opportunity, he's just not been able to take them.
59.
Yeah, and obviously the averages get harmed by every missed dart, and then you go back into the room as well and
81.
have a little look. It just all piles up.
It was almost ironic. Well, he's going to have to move all the way across here.
121.
But then there was just a bit of a snatch with the last.
25.
Is there a hammer on the back of the bullseye? It's like one of those fairground wires where someone just whacks it out the other side.
42. $127.
So Jansen 68 points away from a 4-0 win. Williams with a dead cat. We're looking for a dead cat 180. It keeps him in the leg, but Jansen for the match. 1 dart. Double 16.
36.
Would have completed the job.
Louie requires 69.
Which way does he go for this? Does he go 45-24? He does. Double 18. Changing up the doubles again.
51.
Unfortunately, it's the same result for Williams.
Requires 32.
Comes up dry.
Can you just clip it across the barrel? Yes is the answer. Jansen wins 4-0.
Jansen.
And so he moves on to 10 points. He moves to within a couple of Conor Heneghan at the top of the table. The Mullet has a conversation with the referee, Owen Binks, as he seals a 4-0 success. That's the tail of the tape from that one. It wasn't a classic, but it's a win nonetheless. Right, myself and Scott are going to make our way over to the studio to talk about what's happened so far. And then after that, we're going to watch Carlo Vampire and Darren Armstrong go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're midway through the action for the day. This is what we've seen thus far on Tuesday at the Live Lounge. And well, there's been some twists and some turns as far as the top of the table is concerned. Conor Heneghan, the leader overnight, we stretched his lead to 4 points, one of the first 2 rounds of play. But then a 4-3 defeat from Carlo to Carlo Van Peers opened up the door to both him and Danny Jansen. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in just a second. We've been watching all of the action today in the company of Scotty Dog Mitchell. And Scott, it looked like at a point Carlo was going to run away with proceedings, but then it's just been brought back in.
Yeah, he has been brought back in, and that will probably concern him a little because there's a little pack there trying to make a run on him. And it's a funny day today. That we saw a high standard of darts yesterday. And today it's just dropped off a little, mainly because I think they're all jostling for position in the table.
Yeah, I think they all know how tight proceedings are. Andy Boulton, though, again, has played some good stuff. Hasn't quite got results. We've seen some big finishes from him, but does it feel like the performances ain't yielding to results, and maybe now we're looking at whether he can get into Group B as opposed to winning Group A?
Obviously, some of the damage was done yesterday where he picked up 4 points, which he did well in the end to pick up 4 points with the way that he played, but he hasn't quite gone on and done that. We saw a lovely 1-2-6 from him here, we're seeing. He isn't doing a lot wrong, but lots of people are doing a lot right against him.
How frustrating is that as a player, that you feel like no matter what you do, it doesn't feel like it's good enough?
As I said in commentary, it gets to the point where, yeah, you're not disappointed because you know you're playing okay. So you don't get disappointed, but what you can do is get to the feel that that's your luck for the day. And you then convince yourself that, oh, here we go again. You know, it's going to happen again today. You've got to try and buck that trend, and it's not the easiest thing to do. Dart players are great when your arm's moving, but the bit between the ears is the bit that you need to really be playing your best game.
We were saying Conor Heneghan looked as if he was stretching away with the group, but was reeled back in that last game against Carlo Van Peers. And we weren't really talking about Carlo in this scenario at the beginning of the day. We're going to have to now.
Very much so, because he pretty much dominated that game. He could have had it finished a lot earlier than he did. He was a touch unfortunate, but the 64 was lovely because you didn't expect it to go with the bad bits of luck that he had leading up to that shot. So fair play to him. He does everything here. He blocks it with the first dart, but manages to get round with the second, and yeah, big win for him. And confidence-wise as well, big win for him.
And for Conor, is he going to begin to feel it a little bit as a consequence?
No, I think the laid-back Irishman will still be there. I think after the next game, maybe he would worry. But I think he knows he's still got 2 games left. He will back himself to not have that misfortune again, and he'll expect to try and win those 2 games as well.
So let's have a look and see how the table correlates as a result of that. This is how things stand, and it's very tight. It's pretty much as you were at the start of the day. Darren Armstrong's just kind of gone out of the mix a little bit. Danny Jansen and Carlo Van Peers very much in the mix. And Danny Jansen's not played the darts that we know that he's capable of, but it's still hanging in there. He's winning games grittily.
He is, and that's a trait of his game. Danny will do that. He's a young man who has immense talent, and let's not forget he's had a bit of a kick in the teeth losing his tour card, and he's kind of in the recovery position in darts at this particular moment in time. So to come here and have a good week and maybe get through Group A will give him such a lift. But we know that it's in there. It's just this kind of situation needs to come for him so that he can get it out. But I still think it's Heneghan's group to lose at this particular stage. But Danny's going to force him all the way. And so will Carlo. Carlo's scoring has been fantastic in his first 9 darts. So look, these 2 young guns are going to be pushing the established star here at the Super Seniors.
Well, the 4 of them are all looking to prize their way through to Saturday night's finale, which is available to be viewed in front of a live audience every single week. Mark the date of Saturday the 25th of May. That's when our next Champions Week, Champions Night is going to be. And tickets are now available for that, and they are selling very, very quickly. But if you want to join us on each and every Saturday evening, we'll take a look at this.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Me and Scott have been on a little bit of a trip from the studio back to the commentary box to describe our 10th game of the session. It's Carlo Van Peer and Darren Armstrong. For Darren, played so well yesterday, but it felt like he has just slipped out of the mix. 2 4-3 defeats, one to Danny Jansen, one to Andy Boulton, and it feels like now that he's almost in requirement of snookers if he's to go on and win this group. Could be a Group B spot that he's playing for now.
It could well be, but it doesn't get any easier for him. His last 2 matches are obviously
First leg, it's
here
Carlo
against
to throw first.
Carlo Van Peer, who's
Game on.
2 points above him, and then his last matches against table topper Conor Heneghan. So
140.
nice start again from Van Peer. We keep saying his first 9 are very good.
180.
Darren Armstrong backs it up.
125.
Bit of a flyer there, the second dart from Van Peer.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
136.
Henry Deacon sinks back down into his seat.
If I sink any further, I won't be able to watch
58.
anything.
$170.
But what a leg this is. Armstrong's on for a potential 11-dart leg. Straight out the gate. And there's not really much Van Peer could have done about this.
60. Darren in required 15. No score. Carlo
And then
required
plus the score.
118.
Absolutely dropped his average from 162 down to a mere 121 with that dart.
He's on for a potential 11-dart
Game
leg.
shot
Didn't even
on
get
the
a dart at
first
double
leg.
because Van Peer's
Carlo
taken out the
Van Peer.
118. How quickly a game can change. How quickly a leg can
Second leg, it's
change.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
Great darts, Barry Van Peer. That is his 4th ton plus
139.
shot over the last 2 days. And what a net
36.
moment it needed to be, but how is Darren Armstrong feeling there after that?
That leg almost summed his day up.
85.
Excellent in patches, but not able to finish the job off.
No, couldn't agree more. It was so...
39.
I think he just took his eye off the ball there. I thought he was so far in front. Maybe he didn't concentrate on going for that 7, but who saw the 118 coming? I certainly didn't. Although we should have done, because that's been his way.
Carlo Van Peer had his number, but it looks like
77.
Armstrong's got his number in this leg. Now, if you're thinking glass half full, if you're Darren Armstrong, at least it was a leg on Carlo's
60.
throw. So he's still got an opportunity to square it all up here.
$125.
And he's just increased that chance with that last treble 20 with the 3rd dart. Masterful marksmanship.
60. Darren in required 75.
To level up. 2 12s.
Game shot.
What
on
a
the
piece it
second
is.
leg.
This
Darren
time he did
Armstrong.
get a go. 14 darter, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Carlo to throw first. Game on.
Carlo Van Peer's average is 77.33. Darren Armstrong's 113.88. It's 1-1.
93.
As our commentary colleague Chris Mason would say, averages are only a guide.
97.
They are a damn good guide to how you're playing.
58. 55.
Paul Nicholson's favourite, the 350 in 6, is not going to be achieved by Vampire here.
100.
Yeah, you don't do that very often in your life either, 350 from 6.
55.
Oh, if you jump on social media, everybody's doing those at home probably.
Project Littler.
58.
Indeed.
And you think you're good enough, well, do what Darren Armstrong
60.
did. Have a go at the ADC. If you're successful there, you'll ply your way into this. And who knows, you may
85.
play some legends on the stage. You may even play Scott Mitchell if you're unlucky.
Absolutely unlucky and unfortunate. And you won't need your roller skates to get backwards and forwards from the ball,
Carlo,
I'll tell you that.
107.
You'll be able to take your time to enjoy the experience. 107 Vampire. This will be for 2 legs, 1 with ton plus
75.
outs.
Darren require 140.
Also, I've got to find the 140, and so Vampire has another
60.
chance to take the
Carlo,
lead on
require
2
32.
16s. Well, he had one go at it.
Game shot on the third leg.
And didn't need
Carlo
a
Vampire.
second invitation. 2-1 he leads.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $59. $100. $46.
Armstrong just gone off the boil here on his own throw.
28.
He's being followed by Vampire. Luckily for Armstrong.
60.
Just feels like we're entering a bit of a stalemate in this match. Armstrong's average has come tumbling down to 89.
140. $59.
And Vampire, because of the stalemate, is threatening the break of throw and a 3-1 lead.
100.
It's the day just beginning to unravel a little bit here for Darren Armstrong.
$177. Carlo, you record 133.
$57 left, so we'll shoot across to the 17s and hit a 3.
Darren, you require 100.
Tops. And he's going to have to move across. The lie of the first one's not helpful.
80.
And he nearly found the
Carlo, you
second.
require 54.
Yeah, the lie of the first one wasn't helpful for the top, so I'm surprised he went that route.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Carlo Vampire.
Vampire once again. Nice and clean on those
Fifth leg, it's
little
Carlo
pitching
to
wedges
throw
into the
first.
green.
Game on.
Pitching apart and he was home.
And now Carlo Vampire enters the 18th
48.
tee. Admittedly, not as nice as the 19th tee. The scones that come with that are great.
140. $60.
Do we think that the damage of the dart has undone Darren Armstrong a little bit? Or is that the reason that we've seen him tail off? He'll probably say no, they feel the same to throw, but could it be an underlying
79.
thing?
There could be a possibility of that. Though he did recover well in that game
58.
against Andy Boulton. But I wonder as well, he missed a plethora of darts, particularly for the match when he was leading that game against Andy. And I just wonder whether that defeat as well could have just knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit.
64.
Yeah, no, very true. Very true.
There are the darts in question.
75.
Well, that single one with the last dart means that Van Peer has got 6 on 250.
86.
Van Peer not able to take advantage of it, so Armstrong with decent
137.
turn there has left himself on double 16 unless this goes.
I was trying to imagine what sort of fist pump we'd have seen from Carlo if it did
Only
go.
require 32.
It's 2 8s to break back.
Game shot on the fifth
Found,
leg.
used
Darren
the barrel
Armstrong.
as a perfect guide. Back we go to 3-2. Armstrong throws to take us all the way.
Sixth leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Carlo's
Game
attitude
on.
here has to be relaxing on the Armstrong throw. And Armstrong's giving him a way in already. Sometimes when they leave you that way in, then you over-try.
84.
And then you cause yourself a problem. Good stuff from Armstrong there. Step back, comes back in. Last dart, big treble.
85.
Had a flyer a couple of times there with that second dart. I've noticed creeping into Van Peer's game.
85. 39.
And Peer would have just sensed a little bit of an opening there, which he wasn't able to take advantage of.
100.
Armstrong with a square ton now in full command of this leg. 2 senders to a decider.
100.
Carlo wins this game. He goes level on points with Conor Heneghan ahead of his game against Louie Williams in a couple of
36.
matches' time. There could be a three-way tie for the lead if Danny Jansen beats Andy Boulton in the next, and Carlo can hang on to victory here.
45.
He's not going the right way about. Closing the game out against the throw here. Giving Armstrong all the opportunities he
100.
needs to get there first.
$140.
Well, it
Darren
just
96.
makes this 96 a tad bit more interesting. Very interesting now. Treble 19, double 19 was the recovery act. And Van Peer
80.
couldn't have leapt to his water bottle quick
Carlo
enough
require
as he
92.
returns for the match. Great recovery with the second dart. Double 18 for the
Game
match.
shot and the
And a
match.
4-2 victory.
Carlo Van
And
Peer.
Carlo Van Peer moves on to 12 points, level with Conor Heneghan at the top of the table. And this race for top place is becoming far more interesting. For Darren Armstrong, a good position overnight. He's been allowed to let slip. Darren Armstrong with an average 10 points better than Carlo Van Peer. But it's Carlo's proficiency in the finishing, 66%. And that 118 in the first leg, when Armstrong was on for a potential 11 dart leg, bust on the 19. Van Peer took the 118 out. He wins 4-2. Coming up after the break, Andy Boulton up against Danny Jansen. A win for Jansen, and we'll have a three-way tie at the top of the table. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Carlo Van Peer get the better with Darren Armstrong by 4-2. So Carlo Van Peer goes level on points with Conor Heneghan. Danny Jansen can do exactly the same if he can get the better of Andy Boulton in our 11th game of the day. And I don't know about you, Scotty Dog Mitchell, but I fancy this one to go close. This could go all 7 legs, you feel?
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, nobody would want to jinx it, but it's got the makings of... These have been the 2 players today who have looked most likely.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Both players have got a 4-3 victory under their belt today. Danny Jansen and Andy Boulton both beating Darren Armstrong by that 4-3 scoreline. So they both know what it's like to go tight and go on and collect the victory.
85.
But it is so endemic of this group. We said that going into today, didn't we? We said it in the studio at the top of the show.
140.
That if you discard Louie Williams' first day performance, the legs 1 of players 1 to 5. There was just 4 between it. Heneghan and Jansen both on 18 legs yesterday. Boulton, who was 5th, on 14. And we don't usually see that kind of close range.
100.
But Boulton making the better of this opening leg.
98.
6 starts on 180 to take out the opener. Love another one of them.
100.
Ton leads on 180. Jansen needs to pile something significant in here. And pile something significant he will. Setting up to perfection.
80. Yeah, lovely setup from Jansen. Boulton's going to get one at it. But he's made a career on this.
Game shown.
And this is what he does to you. I've been stood behind him when he does it. Lovely on the combination finishes. Lovely on those nice little ones. And he enjoyed that. Although that's a trout pout that he's got on, he enjoyed it.
For Andy Boulton, it was a case of delight, and the groove is in the dart.
Groove's in the dart, indeed. Did you actually just say that?
100.
Anybody else that knows 1990s pop will understand that reference. It was a delight to hear.
Back to the darts.
Yeah, enough of the Ken Bruce references.
Having a look at the overhead angle, the way the darts enter the board
95.
from overhead, and having a look at the way Boulton's darts enter the board, it goes in pretty much
41.
flat, doesn't it? There's a little bit of a kick up, but by and large it goes in flat.
$84.
Needs at least a treble. Needs to find a treble last dart. Doesn't
60.
do so. So Jansen's got 6 on 192 to square this game up.
$78.
Leads 114.
$60. Danny require 114.
114 for Danny Jansen to square this game up. Both players on 10 plus outs. Treble 18 would have given him a dart at tops.
74. And he require 140.
Has to go, you feel. Another or tops?
100.
Oh, like a dart of indecision.
Danny require
The way he hit
40.
tops in the first leg, I thought he might have gone tops there. But he's old school, isn't he? He's like me, he's old school.
So you're going to be pegged back.
Games
Yes
on the
is the
second
answer.
leg.
1-1.
Danny Jansen. Third leg, it's Andy to throw
You can get in
first.
touch with us via our social media channels. We are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And having a look through the social media feeds today, it looks like
140.
Little Van Gerwen's going to be sporting a new number over the next few weeks and months or so.
Yeah, I did see earlier that you had some
95.
breaking news coming when I was going through the socials before we started today.
He's
97.
sporting a brand new shirt for the rest of the Premier League campaign. You can get in touch with us with your thoughts, your comments, your observations at MSS Darts. And if you haven't done so already, do give a subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty of content on there. Do you like tic-tac-toe, Scotty Dog?
Yes, of course I do. And I'll be heading to the social media. I will be heading to the social media sites to see all about what we have on there.
The tenner is in the
44.
post. 1-2 for Boulton for 2-1,
124.
and he's got 6 from here. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye. Sensibly sets up.
92.
Yeah, nicely done. And he will be looking at 15 dart legs on his throw, and that would be enough to bring him home 4-3. That would be his attitude.
37, and he required 32.
Can he bring it home with dart 13, Andy Boulton?
Games
Yes
on
is the
third
answer.
leg.
2-1 he
Andy
leads.
Boulton.
And Conor Heneghan and Carlo Van Peer will both be very happy about this potential prospect.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
But also from nowhere, it puts Boulton back in the picture because he'd only be 2 points behind. Okay, Heneghan's got to play Louie Williams in the next game,
60.
and you'd expect Conor Heneghan to win that particular match. But if Williams could pull off a big upset, we've suddenly got a 4-horse race, and Andy Boulton's that 4th horse. And you would have given Andy
59.
Boulton a chance at the beginning of the day.
Oh, nay chance. I like what you did there. Many won't have noticed it.
97.
And he has this
60.
extremely determined face on at the minute.
$135. $140.
It was like a nonchalant last dart from Boulton there. And it found its target. It looked like he'd done all his trying with the second dart and just
59.
threw the third one going, oh, well. And in she went.
Jansen leaves a finish, but what can Boulton leave by way of response? He can leave a 2-dart, and there was even a little bit of a wiggle of approval as well. This would hurt. That could have been seismic for Jansen, but Boulton has threatened the break.
105. And he requires 62.
Question is he going 10s for double 16? He's been good on 16s. He's only going to get 1 dart at it. It was all he needed. Super
Andy
breaker
Boulton.
throw from Andy Boulton.
He throws to the match,
If there
and
gets
if he
Andy
wins
to
it,
throw
expect a bit of a
first.
wiggle.
Game on.
And it means that there'll be a little bit less wiggle room at the top of the table.
$60.
Unfortunate not for more there from Boulton.
$98. $100. 57.
Around the board, chasing a treble there. Danny Jansen didn't quite find one.
81.
Slip there from Boulton, but he recovers nicely with the third dart into the treble 20.
Has got all the running in this leg.
140.
Or 40 had all the running in this leg. Big 2-treble visit there from Jansen. And Boulton, who Saints has to reply in kind. Needs to at least find one. A little bit of a raise of the eyebrow there.
$65.
Boulton felt that the treble 20 was blocked there. Went for the bullseye to leave 170.
60.
I think we saw Jansen mutter rubbish to himself there as he went to the board with that 60.
95. Danny require 146.
This to save the match. Not going to go as Boulton the square ton to complete the job.
106.
To put himself back in the picture.
100.
And also help his legs difference. For one win to move him on to +4 in that particular stake. Triple 19 would have left the requisite double. And so Jansen for the break back.
84.
To return the game to throw once tops.
Danny require 40.
This shows how what a big visit that last visit was from Jansen. Gives him this opportunity.
Game shot in the
And he
fifth
absolutely takes
Danny
it.
Jansen.
Throw back with him.
Sick
The
leg
mullet
is Danny
takes
to
on
throw
water.
first. Game on.
Comes back to the hockey. It's his darts now. And it's not the opening score he was
84.
looking for. A good recovery, but not the opening score he would have dreamed of.
Did have a little bit of a chat with Danny after
60.
the session yesterday. I was asking him about life now off the tour, and he said about the MODUS Super Series, it felt something different, and he said he's really enjoying and embracing the opportunity. He says it's something completely different, and actually, in some senses, playing here actually breaks up what's been quite a busy playing calendar for him on the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour, where he's had such good success in 2024.
Yeah, I look, I have to say, having
60.
had this myself, it is a busy playing calendar. But I found it even more busy just being off the tour for me. I'd love to get a tour card back for a rest.
177.
Big pressure applied from Boulton.
53. And he require 164.
Nice switch from Jansen. Clever thinking.
Both players on 164. Boulton stolen the darts. He isn't going to take the finish out, and so he hopes and he prays that Jansen
Danny
can't do
require
what he failed to do.
164.
He usually goes the 19s route. Over pitched.
31.
And now no pressure
And he
applied.
require
And
80.
maybe the writing is on the wall here from Danny Jansen. For Danny Jansen, 80's already gone for Boulton.
And 2 5s
70.
would have sealed it there.
Danny require
Now Danny's
133.
probably concerned that he didn't score a little more with his last visit.
Or this would be a haymaker blow. Double 8. Oh, it just
125.
skims the wire.
And he require 10.
Whip for a wire away from sending the game all the way. And Boulton to get over the line. Double 2.
8.
We go on. We said this would go all the way, didn't we,
Danny
Scott?
require
And we may
8.
well have the fitting crescendo to this match.
Big deep breaths from Danny Jansen. Double 4. Well, you can't get any closer than that other than being in. Double 2.
6. And he require
I can't
2.
see this going any further. Can you, Henry?
We've all been here before, haven't we? Both players on double one. Boulton for the match. In it goes, and Andy Boulton seals a 4-2 victory against Danny Jansen. It now means the top 4 players are all within a couple of points of each other. Boulton a 4-2 victor. Boulton looking to make a charge. He'll be hoping that he hasn't left it too late. 89-39 the average, 4 from 9 when it came to the finishing. But Conor Heneghan would have been watching the carnage that ensued behind him. He can stretch clear once again if he beats Louie Williams. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where all roads lead to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. Conor Heneghan has never made an appearance there before, despite making 6 Saturday night finals from his previous 6 appearances. He's looking to win Group A once again, and this is a battle of the bookenders. Top of the table, Conor Heneghan, up against bottom of the table, Louie Williams. Heneghan, who has picked up 12 points so far. Louie Williams looking to pick up his first points of the group. We've seen a better version of Louie Williams today, but he is going to have to go up even by his standards today if he is to get a victory against the man at the top of the pile. Heneghan, well, he hasn't quite been the rip-roaring Conor with day one, but it has been enough to keep him at the top of the pile just.
Yeah, it has, and he will probably be under a little pressure that he puts on himself here, expecting to beat Louie Williams, and we've seen a little uplift in Louie's form, although it hasn't turned into winning results. We've seen an upturn in his game, and maybe he has something to offer
60.
The chasing pack in regards as a bit of a spoiler effect.
134.
I don't mean it's in a disrespectful way against Louie, but is one of the biggest threats coming into this game complacency.
44.
It could happen. It could happen, but I think Conor's attendance is here, and the amount of times that he's been here, I believe that he
127.
That isn't something that's going to happen. I think Louie's going to have to go out and win it rather than Conor's going to give it away.
They require 145.
Well, he's made a good start here. He's left to finish after 9. The 145 isn't going to go, but it didn't have to go. He's got the luxury of time with the darts.
85.
And he'll put a severe enough dent into things.
60. Conor requires 60.
Couple of darts at tops. To take out the opening leg. Oh, that's a wild one. It's just clattered the other
28.
side of the barrel and into the single 5. He is going to return for double 16 because Williams is away back. So double 16 for Heneghan to take out this first leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's very
Conor
good
Heneghan.
at that, placing one dart right next door to another on a pinhead.
Second leg, it's Louie to throw.
It shows
first.
that every time he throws it, he's thrown with the same power and holding it in the same place. Nice and tidy finish for Heneghan, and a
60.
settler in the situation, one could easily say.
$93. 60.
But again, Conor Heneghan is pitching his tent in that 6-visit range, which I know we've been talking about throughout the course of the day.
80.
But I suppose that statistic is kind of the key difference between a player like Conor
190.
Heneghan and a tour card, because yes, that can be okay at this level, but if we're going up another level, you're going to get swallowed up.
You are going to get swallowed up with that, and you've got to
140.
go up one level, which is the 5 visits. So that can be anything from a 13 dart to a 15 dart. So that puts you right in the very mix if you can continue to do that. They don't do them all the time, Henry. They don't, you know, they're not always doing 11 darters. Yes, we're very good at highlighting when top players do top things like 180s.
85.
Oh, he missed it, and I didn't even see that the other one wasn't in. But yes, so that was the biggest problem there. But yeah, I haven't been on the tours. Yeah, you see a lot more. You see a lot more 11 and 12 darters. That there is no doubt.
41.
But you get dragged along with it. You get dragged
Well, you
along with
require
it. You up
103.
your levels. And I mean every level. Your throwing level, your concentration level, every level and part that you need for the game. You get dragged
83.
along with the Pro Tour, so you naturally go up that level. You don't have to sometimes go find it. It's deep down in there somewhere, but you find it when somebody's doing it against you.
85. Conor required 20.
Yeah, not needing to dig ultra deep. But leads
on the second
2-0.
leg.
And guess
Conor
what?
Heneghan.
That was a 6-visit leg from Conor Heneghan. He breaks, leads 2-0. And this
Well,
is
against
kind of
Conor to
where
throw
his
first.
average base is, because if you look again at his 12-month stats, average for the year 85.79, which is kind of again
86.
showing where you're going to see him around about in legs. I mentioned earlier on that the mean average for the PDC Tour in 2023 was 92.
40.
So that divvies all 1, 2, 8 players up into little chunks, puts it all together, amalgamates as a middle mean. That is what you get.
45.
Yeah, my Pro Tour average when I lost my card was 92. 92.28. And the year before,
32.
when I'd won double the amount of money, was 93 and a bit. It's just such a fine line of the difference of where you are over the 30 Pro
45.
Tours. And yeah, no, he's got everything he needs to be there, and he's got mates there as well. So I think this is
44.
the start for Conor Heneghan. He goes to Q School. I know he's been there. You just need that bit of luck.
He's an any given day player. He could do anything. There's absolutely
140.
no denying that.
And the difference between the darts of today and the darts of yesteryear is there are
39.
more players who are more than capable now that have taken on the top excellence of the game. Whereas before, in the Bristows and the Jockey Wilson's heyday, there was probably only 3 or
170.
4 of them that could live with each other. Whereas now, you can go right the way down, and even outside the 128. There are guys that can live with them. There are more players below now with a much higher standard.
Well, just take this competition, for example, as Heneghan looks for double 4 for 3-0. Doesn't go, but think about this at the start. They've probably had a pool of about 30 to 40 players maybe as a maximum, and then you look at it now, we've got hundreds of players who played in this competition, and 80% of them ultra competitive.
Ultra competitive, and look at the stats that they're doing. It's the numbers that count.
No score.
They are just a guide, but they are a guide of
125.
what you're doing.
So Heneghan's going to be even more annoyed because he threw that last dart in anger and actually hit the target he was aiming for. Williams 125. Not going to get a dart at tops. And so Heneghan is going to get another go for a 3-0 lead, but this time under more tangible pressure.
Game shot on the
Fouled.
third leg.
3-0
Conor
Heneghan. He's a leg away for moving himself clear once again at the top of the Group A table.
Fourth leg, it's Louie to throw first. Game on.
And you have to say this game has come at the right time for Heneghan to try and stretch his lead.
81.
Is he seeing the finishing line in front of his eyes, and is he trying to make a mad dash towards it?
He's off for a game here, Heneghan, after this, and then he's back on against
41.
Darren Armstrong, which could be a potential banana skin for him. Armstrong knows he's got to make a move. If he's going to be anywhere in the mix on the last day.
That blunted stems causing Louie a couple of issues again.
81.
Yeah, maybe he just hasn't noticed it. It's something that we've noticed all day today, and I think it was like at the tail end of yesterday. Maybe he hasn't got any replacements.
125.
He's got one more game after this where he takes on Andy Boulton.
84. $100.
Leaves a 2-darter for the match and a potential 14-darter to get over the line. Is this a parting shot?
140. Conor requires 76.
As Heneghan leaves 76. To complete the job, he wants tops and he has to shuffle across. And Heneghan moves clear once again. 2 points in front once more as he beats Louie Williams by 4 legs to 0. It was a comfortable display. It was a comfortable win for Heneghan, and he reasserts his authority at the top of the table. So Heneghan 14, Vampire 12, Jansen and Boulton on 10 as we enter the final round of fixtures for the day, which kicks off with Jansen and Vampire. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 4 of the 5 rounds of fixtures for today. Before the break, Conor Heneghan got the better of Louie Williams by 4 legs to 0. So this is how the table looks as a result of it. Heneghan re-establishes his 2-point lead at the top of the table, and the big size victory as well has helped him in the legs different stakes. Carlo Van Peer is his closest challenger, second spot, 12 points to his name, with Danny Jansen and Andy Boulton both on 10 points respectively. Darren Armstrong on the outside periphery on 8. Louie Williams is still searching for that first win. So next up, Danny Jansen and Carlo Van Peer going toe-to-toe on the jockey. And you get the sense this is a big one for Danny Jansen.
Yeah, could see him out of the race, couldn't it? Or as we run out of games, once this one's played now, both will only have 5 games complete tomorrow. And you'd say it would be slightly too big a gap. Not mathematically impossible, but
First leg, it's Danny
it
to
would be a
throw
long,
first.
long way back for Danny.
Game on.
Should he lose this one, but he does have the advantage of the darts. Carlo won this fixture 4-3 with the darts yesterday, if I remember rightly.
I wonder whether this is the most dangerous time
100.
to play Danny Jansen, because he's just able now to exude everything out. And we know the depths that his
100.
talent provides.
Yeah, I've been on the end of it. I can't remember if it was the UK Open or it was the Players Championships. It was it was in
91.
Minehead, and he played a fantastic game against me. I think it was the UK Open. Not long after he'd got his card, and in that first year on tour, he was pretty amazing. And
180.
I'm seeing a bit more of that now.
The 180
60.
bellow
Required
from Owen
41.
Binks as Jansen leads 41 after 9. Potential 11 dart if he can pin the double 16. Shovels across. Kisses
Game
off the
shot on the
barrel.
first
1-0
leg.
Jansen,
Danny
12
Jansen.
dart leg.
Second leg, it's Carlo to throw first. Game on. $100. $30. $135.
Well, as Carlo's been doing on his own throw, he's opened up ton 135. And his response was
85.
30 with that little drift we've been seeing today that's crept in now and again into the 5s. And Carlo is now
96.
picking them off. He looks very confident on his own throw, Carlo.
This has been 2 legs of compare and contrast of Danny Jansen so far.
170.
Feast and famine is the word that springs to mind.
125.
Coin another of our lovely commentating friends' phrases.
$97. Carlo, you require 45.
Double 16, now 2 8s.
29. Danny require 170.
Could we see a feast here for the big fish? Not to be this time. I gave it the big build-up.
28. Carlo, you require 16.
Two lovely guys, but now he has to move across. And as you can see, the way the second one just pitched across, it was a bit of a blocker.
Yeah, developed an angle off the first dart, didn't it? And once again, Jansen ruin his
84.
poor
Carlo,
visit
you require
before.
16.
It's 2 8s to level up. Double 4, he's had more than enough opportunities in
No
this
score.
leg. And he has wasted
Danny, you
opportunities
require
in this leg.
58.
And Jansen's back for 58. 8 darts squandered in that leg from Carlo Van Peer. And Jansen can mop up on double 10.
38.
But he misses his chances to win the
Carlo,
leg.
you require 16.
Carlo Vampire again.
Game shot on the second leg. Carlo Vampire.
I love that. Big thumbs up to the... I think Danny even liked it as well. Lovely, lovely. Bit of camaraderie there between the two Dutch guys. Lovely, lovely.
57.
It was that bad, it was somewhat laughable.
100.
It is a group that's been played in a tremendous spirit. The 6 guys in the practice who really have got along with one another. And to be fair, no surprise really, because a lot of them have known each other from previous. As a matter of fact, Andy, Conor and Darren were part of a series of online competitions via the internet during lockdown. So they've played each other a lot, but it's just the first time they've all played each other in person this week.
And actually been in the same room, yes.
$58.
Jansen's left himself 154, but if Vampire can find something tangible here, he can threaten the break of throw. He's found a couple of trebles.
Danny, we're going 154.
Big moment this for Jansen because his throw is under severe threat. And if he loses this game,
58.
His chances of going through will just begin to cascade into the wind somewhat. 2 10s. 2-1.
The third leg.
Sneaks into the top corner and Vampire has found the break.
Fourth leg, it's Carlo to throw first. Game on.
Plenty of pondering for that man to do.
Yeah, nice finish from Carlo there.
62.
I don't think he initially went
60.
for the tops. I think he just went to be nice and high to keep that flight out of the way. But he hit the tops and hit the 10s.
43.
On we go. He won't worry about that. Puts a leg score on his side. He's 2-1 up with the throw. Jansen now needs to find some trebles, and he duly does. Picks up a couple down on the 19s.
100.
Well, he'd give for 140 about now. He's not going to get a 140, but he'll still feel like he's got some kind of stranglehold in this leg.
100.
Although Vampire doesn't find anything big here. It's a good recovery, but Jansen still has 6 to break back.
$135.
And we'll leave 72 to make it 2-2.
96. Danny requires 72.
There was a point where it looked like Vampire could make the real running in this match. But Jansen is squared up at 2-2.
Danny Jansen.
In a game you sense he has to win, he has reclaimed the throw.
Fifth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Yeah, important little finish, that one. Nice bread and butter stuff. Mid-range. 1 dart at the double.
121.
Lovely jubbly. Takes the leg and on he moves.
$85. $35. 60. 97.
Even if he doesn't get through Group A and he drops into Group B, you'd still fancy Carlo's chances of getting through to Saturday night on the basis of the play this week so far.
Yeah, very much so. I've been very impressed with his attitude towards it all, and I refer back to that lovely little interview you did this morning about how he is going to pave his own way in the game. Yep, it's lovely. He's got brother Barry had a superb 2023, but he has no intention on holding on to his shirt tails. He is going to carve his own
180.
groove in this game, and he's shown us enough to say yes, he can, and yes, he will.
100.
There's not many people whose dreams culminate on a trip to Portsmouth.
Well, if you live in Holland, lots of people want to come here now. With the success of the Super Series.
On the 5th leg, Danny Jansen.
And Jansen leads 3-2. And Van
Sixth leg,
Peer,
it's
who did have an
Carlo to
opening to
throw
go on and
first.
take
Game on.
the game by the scruff of the neck, is now throwing to stay in it. And with Boulton playing Louie Williams
140.
in the last game of the day, there's a possibility that things could get very tight in behind Conor Heneghan. Effectively now, the rest of the field
97.
are hoping and praying that Darren Armstrong does them all a favour in beating Conor.
58.
Because if Armstrong can do that, Heneghan's kept in bay on 14, and there's a possibility Boulton beats Williams. You got 14, 12,
60.
12, 12, 10 going into the final day's play. And that's just an absolute smorgasbord full of carnage.
59.
Yep, absolutely. Great spot, and see Danny's just trying a little too hard now. Always disappointing as a player when you get your first start in the treble 20 and you've still got 2 in your hand. You expect 140. You expect 50-50 from yourself when you've got 2 in hand and 1 already in that treble 20.
58. Carlo, you're recording.
There are good tons and bad tons. The good tons are when you hit them last dart.
128.
What a setup to lead double 8 from Carlo Van Peer. Jansen, look at it, set up in kind.
140.
Looking to put the scoreboard
Carlo,
pressure on with the
required
max.
16.
This to send us the distance.
Game shot.
3-3.
Carlo Van Peer.
We go to leg 7. It's Jansen with the dart, and it is a pivotal leg in the making.
7th and
If
final
Van
leg,
Peer
it's
can
Danny
win
to
this
throw
leg,
first. Game on.
he will move level on points with Conor Heneghan at the top of the table. But if Jansen can pick the points up, it congeals at the top of the pile.
95.
And for Heneghan, it would open up the door if he can beat Darren Armstrong.
100.
Because it would mean the worst case scenario for him overnight would mean that he'd be 4 clear.
100.
Jansen won this leg and he won his next match.
Absolutely. What I liked about Carlo Van Peer closing out that last leg was
100.
he'd already had problems with that double 8, and he'd had major problems with that double 8. And that can sometimes creep into your mind, but that wasn't a thought in Carlo's mind. He just went whack, and out it went first dart, and that's good stuff. But it's now Jansen with that big 139, and
180, Danny,
back at you with a big 180.
Forces a 167 to go. It's not going to go, and so Carlo Van Peer 1-2-1 for the match.
121.
It's been another ultra impressive day from the Dutchman.
62. Danny requires 65.
But is it going to come to an end here with Jansen taking out the 65? It's going to be a dart at double 16 to complete a 4-3 victory, and it's not going to go.
Carlo,
and with that,
59.
so will his group hopes, you sense, if Van Peer takes this 59 out. Tops of the match. Jansen's head is in his hands.
39.
But he's going to get another chance. Both players have had a chance.
Danny
Both players
required
have missed a
32.
chance. But can Jansen make the most of his reprieve? by pinning the double 16 and sealing a 4-3 victory. And so Danny Jansen moves on to 12 points, and now he moves second in the group. Van Peer had an opportunity there to put himself in a real good space and to possibly knock Jansen out of contention. But Jansen, a 4-3 victor with an 89.60 average, 4 for 9 on the doubles. Van Peer missing 10 darts at the outer ring, and that ultimately came to cost him at the end of the day. 2 more games to go. Armstrong against Heneghan is next. Hello, welcome back to the Super Series where Darren Armstrong and Conor Heneghan round off their campaigns for the day. Heneghan, who can move top of the pile, he could move 4 points clear if he could get the better of Darren in this one. Conor did lose his last game of the day yesterday against Andy Boulton by 4 legs to 2. But if he can reverse those particular fortunes, then he is in a very good groove ahead of tomorrow's action.
Yeah, he is, but I just have a feeling about
First leg is
Armstrong
Darren
here.
to
We
throw
haven't quite
first.
seen the best of him the
Game
last
on.
couple of games, and he'll want to close out with a win. He's chasing Group B status. And I feel that if
43.
he loses this one, it could be a step too far.
140.
Heneghan kicks off 140.
$140.
Followed by one of Armstrong's own. I feel like both players play at such a similar rhythm and pace that it's probably going to suit each other down to the ground, and the early exchanges are seemingly showing that.
Yeah, agreed.
87.
I think they are both right up for this one for two very different reasons.
100.
Heneghan
65.
121
Conor 121.
to take out the opening leg against the darts. Went for the 25 first to have left 96 of Armstrong not on and out.
41.
And goes back down there again to leave himself on 80.
$30. Conor require 80. $40.
Just constantly
Darren
shaking the head, but he has left himself
136.
tops if he returns. If he returns, he is going to come back. Big out take a breath there from Heneghan in the background.
96.
I think
Conor
he almost
require
half
40.
expected the 136 to go.
Top hole then for Heneghan.
Game shot in
Takes
the
out
first leg.
tens.
Conor
Good combination finishing. Players will practice finishing in
against
that
Conor
way.
to throw
Tops,
first.
tens and fives. I remember speaking to Raymond van Barneveld about how he practices his doubles, and he said if you don't practice them as a
96.
combination, Scott, when you actually go to the board and go, oh, I've only been practicing double 16, and you miss it, and you've got to go eights, then you've got to go fours. If you don't practice it as a move,
140.
how do you expect to hit it in a game? And when you think about it, makes perfect sense.
58.
Muscle memory is such a huge part of the sport, isn't it?
Massive part. Absolutely massive. And that's all the
81.
practice is doing. It's training your muscle memory.
$40.
Some like to practice with a practice partner. Some prefer to do it practice against a computer-generated
96.
match or something, and it really is down to personal preference.
Is there such a thing as a wrong rate?
97.
I'm not sure there is. I think the only way that I know that practice is wrong is if you're really struggling on a day and you're trying to force it to happen. I tend to put those down, go and get a cup of coffee,
134.
go and watch a bit of telly or something for half an hour, and then come back and then try again. And if it's still not working, then I don't practice. I come back and try the next day.
45.
I think
Darren
bad
require
practice
50.
is just bad practice. The end of, if you're forcing it, you're just forcing yourself to do something you don't want to do. And that's not good for the mind either.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well, that feel
Darren
better in the mind of
Armstrong.
Darren Armstrong, pinning that top to level up at 1-1. 15 dart leg.
Still against Darren to throw first.
Just ask us a
Game
few
on.
questions of Conor Heneghan. I think I may have just inadvertently made up a new word there.
97. $100.
Heneghan may find himself a
87.
little bit more of a comfortable lead at the top of the group if he wins this game to end the day. But he hasn't played, it's felt anyway, to the levels of
100.
day one.
And I think you could easily say that he's tried to defend his lead. I think that's the way that it's been today. But he's been rather fortunate that I think
125.
the rest of the table have been battling around underneath him to try and get near him. And so they've had their mind on other
45.
things too. So it's worked well for Heneghan, but don't get me wrong. He's up there on merit and he deserves to be there of all the players.
60.
You could say maybe Andy Boulton deserves to be there, but I think his little run was sculpted maybe yesterday, where he was the top performer, just wasn't able to finish an odd leg off, which made a difference in the matches.
The bullseye for the champagne finish.
86.
Doesn't go.
116.
And so Heneghan 116 for the break. Needs to find one at some point in the match. They're going to recover with a second dart on treble 17. And so
52.
Armstrong is back
Darren
for
required
46 to make it
46.
2-1. He's going to leave tops. But he can't find either that or double 10, and so Heneghan with a better chance now to take the ascendancy in this match.
Tops it is then, has chosen destination,
24.
but it seemed to be destination unknown to his darts.
Game shot on the third leg. Darren Armstrong.
But those darts follow Armstrong into the bed. 2-1 he leads.
Fourth leg, it's Conor to throw first.
That's a perfect first dart for Heneghan. Follows it with the third.
140.
Member has to find a break at some point in this game.
85. $81.
Thank you to the thousands of us joining us via either the Super Series YouTube channel or via other means. And if you are tuning in on the YouTube channel, do drop a subscribe.
56.
Plenty of other bonus content on there available to you. And on top of the live darts that we bring you 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
96.
Bullseye challenges, and one that me and Mace did a couple of weeks ago, which we really enjoyed, was the Pairs Cup.
Yeah, looked fun, sounded fun.
57.
All the content right there on the Modus YouTube channel, Super Series YouTube channel.
Just to ruin the illusion, it wasn't me and Mace playing
Only require
pairs.
167.
That would have been very interesting.
This would be interesting. Didn't have to chase it because Armstrong wasn't on a finish. But he has made some severe headway in this leg.
$140. Conor requires 68.
Pressure once again applied to our table topper.
One dart.
52.
Doesn't go, and now Armstrong has the break opportunity. 54 for 3-1.
How big was that 140?
Game shot.
It was massive. That's exactly what it was.
Armstrong.
It was massive.
And now Darren Armstrong throws for the match, and there's a potential scenario here
Darren
where
to throw first.
Heneghan loses this. He gets reeled back
Game
in.
on.
He is at an absolute war with himself right now.
100.
You can understand why it looked like the game was the leg was home and hosed. He's left himself 64 and massive 140 from Darren Armstrong, and then a 2-darter. So
34.
5 darts from 194. And we said this had the potential to be a banana
39.
skin game, last game of the day early on, and it's turning out to be that way, and Armstrong is turning up. It's not that Heneghan's given it away. It's Darren Armstrong's doing what he needed to do.
100.
And if he wins this one, he'll be disappointed that he hasn't done it more today.
$15.
Conor Heneghan knows the significance of this match, which is why he is absolutely fuming with himself right now.
100.
Averaging underneath the 80 mark, which you haven't seen from him all week.
$60.
Armstrong can set up from here, and he may force Heneghan to take out the 152. He's going to have to take out the 152. It's as simple as that.
Conor record 152.
He's giving himself a chance. Oh, not to be. Stays there.
Darren require 40.
So it's Armstrong, 40 for the match.
Game shot,
And he takes it.
Darren Armstrong.
A surprise win for Armstrong. Not for him, but for the way that the group's been going. There'll be a few clapping in the back room. Conor Heneghan gets defeated. The table topper 4-1. And if you have a look at those little averages, you can probably see why. Armstrong with an 87. Heneghan rarely goes under an 80, but he did that time and got punished. We'll move on to our last game after the break when we bring you Louie Williams v Andy Boulton.
MODUS Super Series, where we have reached the final game of Day 2's action. Louie Williams up against Andy Boulton. We finished today like we started yesterday. The X Factor and the Prince of Wales going toe-to-toe. It sounds like what happens when you clash the BBC and ITV schedules on a Saturday night. For the X Factor, well, he's played some good stuff over the last couple of days, but he's only been able to pick up 10 points. If he wins this one, he will go within a couple of Conor Heneghan at the top of the league table, which will make things very interesting indeed. And it would mean that everybody in the top 5 would stand a chance going into the final day. Usually we just talk about there being a couple of players and contenders and sometimes the group's being over by the end of the first couple of days. But it could be a case of the complete and utter opposite here, where realistically the only horse that's not in the race is that man in your picture there, Louie Williams.
93.
You can definitely take some heart from his early performances, can't he, Louie, today, in terms of it being an improvement from day one.
$100.
It's definitely been an improvement and just a better attitude towards it all, really. Yesterday he was huffing and puffing him, talking him to himself an awful lot, and today we've seen a little bit less of that.
$126.
He's trying for the 162 to leave himself a shot there, Louie Williams.
134.
Williams looking to set up to perfect aplomb. Boulton's left himself on a finish against the throw.
100, and he requires 131.
And Boulton finds something tangible, not on this occasion. So Williams comes back
91. Louie
for
requires
82 to take a 1-0 lead. We'll go bullseye first. But he's not going to get a second cracker, so Boulton will return, leaving tops after 12 against the throw to take out the opening leg.
42, and he requires 40.
So break a throw then for Boulton.
Game shot
Makes
on
no
Thursday.
mistake.
Andy Boulton. Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
So Boulton leads. You know what we were saying earlier about if you can't keep Boulton at bay? Well, they may not be able to, and if he can move on to 12 points, who's to say he can't get through the card tomorrow?
No,
100.
absolutely. We know that he can, and he will know that he can, and he'll prepare that way. That's the thing with Andy. He knows how to prepare for a big day's darts. We've seen him do it here before. We've seen him make charges on the last day in Group A before. He will just want to get over the line here.
85.
He will find himself right in the mix with 3 other players with 5 games to go coming tomorrow.
122.
So 102 for a 2-0 lead, and Boulton just evaded that good start from Louie Williams. Went for the bullseye there to leave
62.
double 16. Will leave himself tops again after 12. Second straight leg, he's done that. On for back-to-back 13 darters here, Andy Boulton.
44. And he requires 40. Game
14 will do. 2-0 Boulton.
Andy Boulton. Feel like it's Louie to throw first. $27.
Here we go again. The weight of the world starts to come on to Louie Williams' shoulders, which is just horrible
85.
to see.
Well, Louie Williams will be consigned to Group C, where he's going to be joined by Alex Small, Derek Coulson and Jack Mayle, the ADT qualifier.
Yeah, Alex Small, a fellow Welshman. He'll be a mate of his in
60.
Group C.
Meanwhile, Group B is going to see Justin Smith, Lee Cox and Mike Norton
60.
enter the fray.
Yeah, Mike Norton, he's one that's not to be underestimated in that group. He's been here before and pulled up a few trees.
96.
I was actually having a little bit of a chat with Mace when I was working with him a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying that Mike's had his operation, he's had what he's needed to have, and playing locally, he's back into some tip-top form.
Was a good addition to any Super Series group is Mike Norton.
100.
Never lets you down.
$59.
Boulton 160 for a 3-0 lead. It's not going to go, and so Louie Williams is going to get an opportunity to try and find another ton topper.
100. Louie require 150.
Bit of day littered with them. In fact, there's only been 4 so far. Chipper 19. Leaves the double.
Game
Oh,
shot the
yes,
third
Louie
leg.
Williams. That's his
Louie
second of the day.
Williams.
Brings him back into the match.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's given us glimmers now. He's given us moments.
$94.
It's making Andy Boulton think, that's for sure. We're not seeing that relaxed throw that we've had. But we're seeing something very relaxed from Louie
180.
Williams.
The Prince of Wales has arrived.
99.
Well, that would have been the most unlikeliest of
96.
9 darters we have seen here. But he's averaging
58.
93 here, Louie Williams. This is by far and away the best that he's played.
The concern for Louie Williams is that Andy Boulton is averaging 99.
85.
You must be thinking, even when I'm playing well, I can't catch a break right now.
That's exactly what goes through your mind as a player. You were exactly right. You hit the nail on the head, Henry.
60.
About the only thing I could hit.
140.
We're not going back to your dart playing again, are we?
We're not going to go back-to-back toppers for Louie Williams on this occasion. One, two left.
20.
Well, he might get another opportunity to leave and hit a ton topper. The 112 a bit more makeable. He's eyeing up Graham Usher's record, you see.
100. Louis require 112.
He was in control of this leg, made a bit of a mess of it, and now Boulton comes back to take a 3-1 lead.
You wouldn't bet against him. Treble 20 for double 5. Bullseye it is then.
49. Louis requires 63.
Double 16 for Williams, doesn't
47.
go.
And he required 41.
Nice to see a bounce back in the step with him though, but you don't plan Boulton making too many mistakes from here.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he duly
Andy
doesn't.
Boulton.
Surprised himself there, I think, with the last one. Maybe when it left his hand, he wasn't thinking it was going, but it's in.
Fifth leg, it's Louis to throw first. Game on.
And Boulton back in control and back in with the big shout of the group.
100.
He has been the mover today.
He had a little bit of a glint in the eye about today when he said, "This is moving day."
140.
Oh yes, it has been some moving for Andy Boulton. Well, if he wins this game, he would have won 4 out of 5.
60.
The only block would have been that first game against Heneghan, and by virtue, if he won that, then he would have been, well, would have been top of the table going into tomorrow's action.
83.
I know if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike and all the rest of it, but...
Okay, Gino.
60. $100.
Boulton closing in. Williams can take
60.
a lot more positives from today, and I hope that he does. And if he can kick on again tomorrow, he'll be competitive in Group C. But today's been all about Boulton, who has shown his X factor at times.
100.
So Boulton Scott closing in.
29.
Went for a 25 to
Early
leave
requires
himself 167 and found himself hitting that bull area. And the third one today that's dropped out and gone on the floor from that area. But it's Andy Boulton closes the win out.
Boulton.
He ends the day with the 4-1 win. That's 4 wins out of 5 for Boulton. Tuesday is moving day, and it's definitely been the moving day for Andy Boulton. Louie Williams, well, he's improved. He's moved on with 1 day to go. Good chat between the lads there. Clinical there from Andy Boulton, a 95. And it's 80 for Louie Williams. But the result was a 4-1 win. The whole table closes up. We will join you in the studio after a short clip.
So, the end of day 2 here at the Super Series. Scott Mitchell is alongside me to assess what we have seen. So these are the results then from the 15 matches that we have watched. It's been a day, well, full of twists and turns, surprises everywhere that we have gone. And actually 12 of the 15 games have gone with the throw. The throw proving really, really powerful in the end. As I say, Scott alongside me here in the studio. Look, Conor Heneghan started off with an advantage in the league table. He still finishes the day with an advantage in the league table, but he may have felt that at times it should have been much bigger than that.
Yeah, possibly, but I think I picked up, I think he played where he was defended a little bit today, rather than going and dominating and saying, right, I'm going to have this result. It was oh, what are you going to do to me? What are you not going to do to me? When he was playing his opponent. So for him, it's been a very indifferent day, but again, like you just say, if it's not been his best day and he's still at the top, what is there to worry about?
And say still top of the table. What do you think the biggest difference has been from day 1 to day 2 from your perspective with Conor?
I think the whole group have played differently because we know Tuesday's moving day and we know that you have to be in a position to be able to get where you need to be on Wednesday. So today people have played like they've had varying other things of where they are in the table on their mind. And like I say, I don't think Conor is guilty of being the only one that's tried to defend a position. I think the others have as well. But obviously Andy Boulton is the one that's gone and taken the bull by the horns and said, I want today, I know I've got to do today. And his 4 wins out of 5 have been impressive.
Well, you mentioned when we were sat in these chairs earlier on this morning that Andy Boulton was playing at a level that if he can keep at it, then he'll keep himself ultra competitive. He's kept himself at that level and he has got the points today.
Yeah, he has. He missed a few chances early doors, which would have been easy to keep going and saying, luck's not with me still, the luck's not with me today. But he's trudged on, you know, he knows what he's doing. He's had a tour card for a long time. You know, it takes more than one setback to stop Andy Boulton, and he's continued in a vein of form and finishing the day with a 95 there. That shows that all the rest in the back room will be knowing he finished with a 95 when they open up tomorrow on day 3.
Great hours then from Andy Boulton. Also good stuff from Carlo today, who's definitely put himself in the picture.
He definitely has, and he's put himself in the picture with the others because they wouldn't have known a great deal about him coming into it. Danny would have done, obviously, but he's impressed me. His scoring power has impressed me. And at times when he's asked questions of himself, he's stepped up and done it. You know, so he knows exactly what he needs to do. He's still in the mix tomorrow. Don't rule him out either.
Will Danny Jansen be bitterly disappointed today? Perhaps the most disappointed out of anybody?
I think he was the one that probably stood to benefit the most today of a good day. He would have been right up there, you would say, on the 14 points with Conor. And from there, he's quite, how do I describe? He's quite a leader of dart. He loves to be the one setting the pace. And he wasn't quite able to do that today. Had he have managed to get to the top of the group going into tomorrow, I think we'd have seen a really comfortable Danny. But now he's got to go and hunt. He's got to be the hunter tomorrow, and that suits him as well. So will he win Group A? It's there to be had. It really is. I think there's 4 guys that will be looking at this going, yeah, I can do some damage here.
As far as Louie Williams is concerned, look, day one didn't go to plan as far as he's concerned. And it could have been so easy for him to have just almost said, right, this is a little bit of a write-off. It's not going to happen this week. But he's come out today. Okay, he didn't win a match, but if you compare today to yesterday, it was night and day.
The easiest thing to do would have been to chuck in the towel. Chuck in the towel and say, you know, I haven't got it. I haven't done it. I've really struggled yesterday. But the standard yesterday was really good. You didn't have to be offered your medal much yesterday to get exposed. So I feel he was a little unfortunate yesterday. Today he has turned it around, started well. We're now seeing 180s from him. We're now seeing close to hitting big finishes. He's had 2 ton plus outs today. He's building the momentum again for whatever group he'll be in. It looks like it's going to be C. So for him, that's what he's got to do tomorrow. He's got to go and continue to play in the vein that he has today.
Well, let's have a look at the all-important table then before we leave you on this Tuesday afternoon. Conor Heneghan is still 2 points in front at the top of the table, but it could have been so much more. Danny Jansen, Andy Boulton, Carlo Van Peer, all on 12 points. Darren Armstrong is still in the mix, but is hanging around the periphery. Conor Heneghan leads the way going into tomorrow. He plays the opening game. How important could that be? Because psychologically, going into day 3, at any point if you hold a 4-point lead, it's going to feel like a massive advantage.
It would be a massive advantage to him, but it's also massive pressure before you throw a dart. He'll know that tonight. He'll know that when he goes to bed. He'll know that when he comes in practicing tomorrow. It's a massive first game for him. And he knows that if he can get it, then he'll be away and home and dry. He'll think. But the other guys know if he doesn't get it, wowee, what a barnstorm will we look to be having tomorrow.
Shall we reconvene first thing?
What a good idea.
Right, I shall see you there. Thank you for your company today, Scott. We'll see you spick and span first thing in the morning, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel, where it looks like it's going to be a 4-horse race for the title. And it is Heneghan who has his nose in front going into the final furlong. Goodbye from us.